Hello everyone and welcome to Ludo History. I'm noticing we're getting a little bit of lag. Hopefully that eases up in the next hour or so as other people get off the internet. But we will do our best anyway. I am Adam. I have an MA in Viking and Medieval Norse Studies and a BA in General Medieval Studies, and today we are finally starting the thing with Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I think you all have been expecting this one for a long time, for about, I don't know, 3 months since I started looking at the marketing material. So, I hope you're all ready, because this is going to be a full playthrough, or as long as my sanity lasts, whichever comes first. No promises on, sanity. But without further ado, we will not talk too much about this, but I do want to shout out to the 13th century Stavkirke in the opening image of the whole thing. Also, these runes look suspiciously like they're just the alphabet. I am not a runologist, so we are not going to worry too much about that, but also that might just be the alphabet. I will pull up the Younger Futhark alphabet in order to be able to translate some of the things, but I am not good at runes. That is my one weak point. Awesome, and Raptoris and Math, thank you guys so much for the follow. Oh, sorry, for the subscriptions. You can also note, everyone currently has 2 emotes. You should have a monkey pink and a very distressed looking cat. Anyway, we will play on Explorer here. And we will play on regular difficulty. Our options here, by the way, are Skald, or Poet, which is our easy mode, Vikingur, or just Viking, which is our default, Berserker, which literally is, well, a berserk as a kind of hard mode, and Drengur, which refers to a kind of noble, both in physical strength and in noble in spirit, as a amorphous warrior elite term, as are very hard. We're going to play on Vikingur because I need to talk at the same time as playing, and that would go bad. And then stealth difficulty, apprentice assassin or master assassin. We're just going to go defaults everywhere. And thank you everyone who just followed as well. I am really excited for this. Yes, Elsie Nielsen, you absolutely will fight using just Poetry Slam and a lyre. But oh boy, the flighting or senas in this game are so bad.
All was dark.
And here we have the most Icelandic accent,
There was no
comically Icelandic CRS coming out of Valka here.
sky, no grass, nor wind.
And basically just summarizing the beginning of,
Fire
well, the Gylfaginning, mostly Snorri's account of the creation of the world, but partially derived from the Lysbau, or the Eddic poem, probably from the late 10th century, which follows most of the... Snorri draws on extensively and follows most of the same beats.
cruelly killed, yet from whose bones and blood.
But most of this information is definitely coming out of Snorri, which I guess we can immediately start with the usual disclaimer.
You walk
Snorri Sturluson, the author of the Prose Edda, was writing in the 1220s. The Viking Age, traditionally dated, ends in 1066, so we're looking at several centuries of difference, and it's something we'll kind of come back to over and over and over and over and over and over again when talking about mythology and religion in this game, that it is questionable. Just a minute, I want to make a little bit more visible on my end. So, we are currently playing as Tiny Baby Eivor, which is the name of our main character, with our very kind of stereotypical longhouse room. One thing that stands out to me is, like, a lot of this is really, really good. The thing that stands out to me most is all of these piles of parchment. Which implies, super widespread and common literacy in the 9th century. While there is decently widespread, seemingly at least basic knowledge of runes, writing on parchment arrives after Christianity does. In Iceland, this means in the 11th century. In Norway, we can probably push that a little bit earlier. But even so, we're looking at mostly like mid-11th century for when we're starting to see parchment, and even then, like, a lot of these types of rolls wouldn't survive this. This looks far more like late medieval, like, English manor rolls to me, far more than anything that would exist in Norway. And yes, Eivor is... Leander, it's a good point, but we are in Norway. We are in Norway in about 860 right now. Anyway, yes, we are playing as Tiny Baby Eivor, and yes, Eivor is a female name. It is not a male name. The rough equivalent would probably be Ivar for a male name. But, you know, the game doesn't seem to care, and so neither will we. The reason I'm kind of hovering around this suit of armor is that the helmet is an attested style from the Vendel period, so a little bit predating this. In fact, looks suspiciously like it's based on the Sudden Hugh helm, which is English from the 7th century. But then we have this big, looks like probably, I think it's called, what, a Spaldabirni? Let me confirm that, Spaldabirnia, which... it has been interpreted to be referring to a kind of scale mail, because it literally means like plate coat. But we have no archaeological evidence to indicate scale mail was used in the Viking Age. All we have is fragments of chainmail, which would be our normal type of brynja, or Old English birnia. But we are now in some kind of feast.
Here's a tune for you.
Oh, look.
Dive in your step.
Now, this is something I genuinely love. Like, we already have so much to talk about, but I love this opening moment, where we just get to kind of look at and see everyone just partying, having an absolutely crazy time, with decorations everywhere, dancing everywhere. People dancing on the tables, dancing around. They do a really good job of kind of commemorating what a winter, some kind of potentially like a Yule feast would look like. It's pretty great.
You see us soaking. Quiet.
Anyway, we're talking to our dad here.
And surprise him with our gift.
Our dad Varen
Look him in the eyes and
is already throwing out these death flags.
May our clans be forever bonded in friendship and in love.
Ta-da!
I think you can do that for
So, this is another thing I super duper like. They're actually kind of understanding something a little bit deeper with kind of something of Viking Age culture. Both in familial relations being very tender, and Eivor being a child fairly close to like the beginning, getting close to adulthood at the age of 12 as kind of an initial one. Also being involved in kind of the politics with the giving of rings as a mark of loyalty going both directions. I super duper like that. Arm rings, not rings. Is it a Persian rug? No. Oh yes it is, it super is. Hello Persian rug. You are not impossible, but you are extremely unlikely. Anyway, this dance I know is based on like early 20th century Norwegian folk dance, but we know that they would have done dancing, and we don't have surviving accounts of what that looked like, so I have no problems here. But yes, while it is possible that they could get a rug from the Abbasid Caliphate in the 9th century to a hall in Norway, that is pretty dang unlikely. What we would instead be seeing mostly is straw put everywhere as kind of padding for the dirt and wood floors, rather than these huge carpets. Anyway, we are being very heavily railroaded by all the partygoers. And they are all very drunk. I like their hats. And I like this too. Holger here was doing bragging very, very well, using actual kennings attested from the period. And here we meet Sigurd. For some reason, Sigurd has a hard D instead of, you know, the historical Sigurður.
My father asked me, Sigurd.
So, I don't know what's going on with their naming conventions. They have absolutely no clue. Absolutely no clue whether they want to use Icelandic, reconstructed Old Norse, or modern Norwegian pronunciations for anything. Yep. The main problem with kind of this whole thing is a matter of size, in that it is very tall. It is significantly taller than any reconstructed longhouses we have from the period, but that's okay. Ultimately, part of that is that the camera has room to navigate, and, you know, that's okay. No, it is not glass. It is just a thatched wood with another wood over the top of it. In this, like, every Norse longhouse, for some strange reason, uses what I'll call, like, dragon scale shingles, instead of using a thatch roof. But that's okay. It is weird. We will talk about those once we can see outside.
Show him the fine details. See there? I etched his name in runes on the outer back.
Nice.
You'll show him? You are just like your father, little berserker. Skull to you.
Skull!
You see? She agrees.
Yeah, Leander, the roofs were not that high. It does seem like you'd have a main floor and then some kind of loft area, like up there. This is probably like a magnitude of about 150% too big. Oh yeah, by the way. We met Dad, now we need to also meet Mom.
So, you have the ring? Good. This was worn by your grandfather in a battle on the Northern Way.
The Northern Way here would be referring to up north of modern Trondheim, in what in the time period was known as Lapland, or even farther north, heading up around to where the into Finnmark, and then how the Finns were fighting. There are some legendary sagas from the period, such as Eirik Saga Vidförla or Ketil Saga Hangs, both of which describe sea battles way up in the northern coast of Norway, almost into modern Russia. It's extremely far up there. Kolos, there is no heraldry in this period. Heraldry is not created in continent or medieval Europe until the 11th, starting in the 11th, but really 12th centuries is when it picks up. 9th century Norway would have no heraldry.
King, may our clans be forever bonded in friendship and love.
Thank you, Eivor. Now and forever, I am pledged to you.
Yep. And now we get our kind of, I guess, main theme of the game, as far as there is one.
On ocean steed, my words gain wing.
Which, this is a very modernization of kind of Skaldic, or, yeah, a longer, like, Draupa, or Skaldic praise poem. But this is a case where I'm detecting kind of Terry Gunnell's influence in the game. Terry Gunnell is one of the main scholars of Norse religion, currently working. But his initial work was on drama. And in the kind of performative aspects of poetry. And so this kind of semi-sung, semi-recited style of poetry is the way that something that he argued for in his PhD dissertation and his first book. So I'm detecting his influence there. Ooh, since they just showed us those chandeliers are utterly ridiculous. Hang on, I know like we've got deathlikes to deal with, but look at these chandeliers. Just look at them. We've got a problem here, and that is all of it. In the Viking Age, the main source of lighting, other than these central fires, which this one, the central fire here is done extremely well. This is pretty much reconstructed from the Icelandic hall found that dates to about 870. That is the oldest known building in Reykjavik. And the central hearth looks exactly like this. But past that, you'd have little tiny oil lamps, which, not candles, we wouldn't be looking at tallow candles, but little oil lamps. Let's see if we've got any. Nope, that's something like this, actually, is pretty close. It's not totally right, but something like that is pretty close. And that is our main source of lighting. These big tall chandeliers are absolutely fantasy Viking nonsense. But yeah, they're using horns from who knows what in order to fill them with oil and then light them on fire using who knows what sort of... It's weird. Super weird. Oh, I like this guy's stuff. Middens are good. He's... not sure what they're doing, but their animation needs some help. But as far as clothing goes, I like this guy's winter gear a lot. Anyway, I suppose we should probably deal with all the yelling instead of talking about the whole feast, for the sake of vaguely sort of moving on ever. And by the way, Elsie Nielsen, you asked earlier if there was, if they actually wore pelt capes. It's likely they did on occasion, but by and large what we're looking at, even in the 9th century, is wool. That they were very adept sheep herders. And so, in extreme winter weather they might do that, but by and large we're not going to be seeing pelt capes, we're going to be seeing fairly thick woolen capes. Thank you Rocketman1996 for the follow as well. Oh, and by the way, I just noticed, Eivor's brooch here has a cross on it. So apparently someone gave that to him coming back from a raid, because there's no way that's produced in... just going to ignore the magic pig. There's no way that's produced in Norway, even in Scandinavia, even in some of the Emporia towns like Birka or Ribe at this point. We're just about 50 years too early for that. Oh, and now we are in a big long cutscene, so we might get some lag off of that. We're having our mom be super duper badass, as we're kind of running away. By and large, we're seeing a very clear case of the good guys wear blue, the bad guys wear red, but at least they are wearing color. They're not wearing gray all the time, which I appreciate greatly. Oh, we've got... wait, is he wearing a breastplate? He might be wearing a breastplate. Also, I mostly like that sword. Also, yeah, he totally is wearing a breastplate. Nice move, Sigurd. Nice moves. By the way, they attempted to make an alliance with a guy named Hjotve the Cruel, and with an epithet like that, you have to wonder, what the heck they were thinking. We'll talk more about Kjotve in a moment. And
Now it's my turn to offer you deeds.
by the way, we can.
Accept your fate. Die a coward here before the people.
Mo, I am. Oh, thank you, Almighty Choi, for the follow here. I do not understand why this idea of kind of sacrificing self and accepting a death honorably is perceived here as being a coward, because the brave acceptance of death is something that is explicitly praised in Jomsvikinga saga and a few other sagas here. And dead parents, here we go. And Sigurd gets us to run the heck away. While they are shooting flaming arrows at us for some reason. Fire arrows are kind of... Well, it's unclear how well they are tested. There's a source, an Arabic source, describing a raid on the city of Sevilla that describes the Vikings using flaming arrows as part of the sack of the city. But overall, there isn't a lot of contemporary evidence from either the sagas or English or Frankish sources that indicates that there would actually be fire arrows as a traditional part of raids. Kjotve just called him a coward, Vela, as well. Also, yeah, wolves. Wolves have a lot of kind of cultural, cultural space in the Norse collective conscience. Outlaws are called Vargur, which means wolf, and in general, lots of other, wolves get mentioned in Outlaws, and also like the concept of Ulfhednar or Ulfhides. But generally speaking, it would be extremely rare to be attacked by a wolf. That was, though, pretty much the one case where it is likely that a kid could and would get attacked by a wolf, alone, injured, on the ice, and
okay, we're good. Are we? I don't know what happened, but I can
basically perfect prey for a wolf that is separated from a pack.
I can let the Animus modulate your identity based on signal strength. It's up to you.
Yes, Vinald, that is usually true, but Odin is protecting Eivor, and therefore those ravens are clearly Hugin and Munin, and we're going to ignore the fact that Odin also has two wolves, Geri and Freki. By the way, now we get to choose. We can either be entirely female Eivor, entirely male Eivor, or we can choose. Let the Animus decide. Now, I have 35 hours into the game already, and I have literally never played as male Eivor, so I don't know how on earth they're deciding or when they're deciding, but for this playthrough, I'm going to let the Animus choose as well. So the reason for that is that way we can kind of detect how the designers are thinking it is appropriate to have female Eivor, when it is appropriate to have male Eivor, and then if there is actually a meaningful difference between those two. So, we're gonna see.
Alright, I'll lock it in and push ahead to a time where these streams are more synchronized.
And now we skip ahead a whole lot longer.
How long have you been chasing me, Wolf-Kissed?
Much older
17
Kjotve.
winters? 18? Do I now haunt your dreams? Do I warm your loins?
Oh, come on, Kjotve. By the way, something very interesting about Kjotve is that he has no beard, which is
Your
a
father's axe.
very clearly
weapon of
attested
coward.
mark of unmanliness within the Old Norse tradition.
Me more than to kill with this blade. But I know
So?
you would defy me to the death. Fighting for glory's
It
sake.
is indicating pretty clearly that, you know, he is a bad guy, that he has no beard. it is a
You will
peculiar
live your
choice.
final days
But
enthralled as slave, humiliated.
yeah, very clearly a
Your
bad
death
guy.
will be a
So a nice little choice. I don't think they intentionally did that, but we can roll with that.
Wolf-Kissed is no more. That name is dead to this world.
Ark of the Conclave? I don't know. I very much doubt it.
Worth your weight in silver.
Anyway, we're opening up with our main character being sent off as a slave to Ireland. So, short game, a very different tradition from what we were expecting. But it is also totally legitimate that they could be
And I take your eyes. You
enslaved. And Dublin, at the time, has recently been established and already has one of the largest slave markets in Northern Europe, alongside the markets in Phrygia. However, it would be just as likely that a captive prisoner
What did I just tell you?
would instead be, I guess, enslaved in a enslaved in Norway. Oof. Unlucky death for both of these guys.
We will skin you alive.
Extremely unlucky.
Never leave this.
Ouch. Ireland has been prosperous for a long time. It has been Christian for a long time. Oh, we are very low in health right now. Anyway, hello, Eivor. So I suppose at this point, as I'm kind of running around healing up, starting the whole process,
My crew is in danger. I need to reach them.
I should talk about kind of the elephant in the room here. Female Vikings. Because we've already seen several of them. And we've got, you know, a whole lot going on there. Hello. I can do that. So, it is a thing very strong in cultural conscience right now that there were female Viking raiders. This has been, to some extent, potentially maybe supported, in the archaeological record with the recent discovery, in, well, 2017, of the burial in Birka, BJ 581. This is a warrior grave from the island of Birka in Sweden that, since the initial excavation in the 1800s, has always been interpreted as a warrior grave. It has extremely rich, an extremely well decorated game board, which is usually interpreted as a sign of, you know, strategic training, and is multiple weapons, bows, an arming cap in a style known from Poland, and so has always been interpreted as an elite male warrior grave. A genetic study based on osteological analysis in 2017 realized, oh wait, the inhabitant of that grave is female, or biologically female, XX chromosomes. And that opened a whole bunch of questions. Oh, this game is $60 at base, $100 if you want the season pass. Which I did get the season pass, so you guys, we'll finish up this playthrough and then it will, you know, release the next thing, which I think the first one is the Ireland DLC. And then we'll come back to it and cry about Ireland a whole lot. Cause, yeah, not good. Oh yeah, we have a bow. When did we grab a bow? I don't know where the heck we picked up a bow from. Anyway, so there is immediately a lot of backlash in the academic community about the idea that the BJ581 actually represents a female Viking raider, because it's just a really bizarre thought. and it goes against a lot of academic understandings. That being said, it's pretty indisputable that this is a biologically female skeleton, and, you know, the question becomes, how do we interpret it? And I'm pretty persuaded that it is a female, at least biologically female warrior, but of course, you know, trans people exist, trans rights are human rights, and so this person may have been socialized male in some way, akin to modern understandings of being transgender. That is one potential option. Another option is that the weapons are symbolic. And so it is a case where more research needs to be done. But certainly this person, even if they are a female warrior, appear to be anomalous with our current understanding of the archaeological and literary record. And we synchronize our first plates, which is just, you know, the top of a mountain.
Arvaldsnes, where that Oathbreaker is holding my crew.
Hello, yes. That's an actual town that exists in the time period. I think Harald's... One of the King sagas mentions Arvaldsnes as being fairly important. Anyway, we can see we've kind of got some stuff around here. Also, by the way, we have a raven.
Lead me. Be my eyes.
Our raven's name is Synin, S-Y-N-I-N, which literally means the site. So, shoutouts to creative naming. Superpower. There are a lot of cities in this game. We'll hopefully get to Stavanger in this time, and then obviously Fortburg. But then we'll have, in England, where most of the game takes place, we'll have 3 main cities: Winchester, London, and York, though London is quasi-uninhabited.
Cut-faced men. I need to be careful.
Oh yeah, by the way, stealth is hard, guys.
This area is off limits.
Cool. Yeah. In this game, or in Norway, being in the water kind of just hurts you slowly, randomly. But as soon as you get out of the water, you're fine. Even though, you know, it's the dead of winter, apparently. We'll talk about that more once we get to the mainland of Norway. Let's take a look at our map here, actually. Because we can see there's a whole... sorry. There's a whole lot of stuff here, but only 2 districts represented. Hordafylke and Rygjafylke. So, in other words, we are just south of the modern city of Bergen, which is a medieval city as well. It's founded in, I think, in this century, actually, but it's about here. And the city of Stavanger, which still exists, is right here. So, we'll have a lot to talk about the climate, because if you've been to Bergen, ever, you may realize that this is a whole lot of snow. Like, this is way more snow than what we are realistically supposed to be having. The climate in this game is totally whack, and what my MA thesis was on, kind of eco-history, and did some historical climatology. So, 9th century Norway is a little bit ahead of my time, where I truly know my stuff, but I can definitively say the climate in this game is totally whack. Kolos, you know, that's a really good question. So we can actually talk about, Thank you, Rieki Wolf, which, by the way, means powerful wolf. Good name. But actually quite rare to have a guy named Riki as part of the name. Usually it's an epithet, so you have someone like Guðmundur in Riki or Knutur in Riki, which we can translate roughly as the Great. But yeah, let's see what we've got around here as we zoom in. Perfect. And thank you, Redbike, for the follow. So by ping-ponging, this game cannot decide what phonetics it wants to be using for its Old Norse. Sometimes it uses reconstructed Old Norse pronunciation, probably under the influence of one of the historical advisors, University of Colorado Boulder professor, and YouTube cowboy Viking, Jackson Crawford. Sometimes it uses modern Icelandic. A lot of the time it uses modern Icelandic. And sometimes it uses modern Norwegian. So one way to tell, we can talk about Icelandic phonetics when we get there, but one really good way to tell is if they are using a hard D. A lot of times we should be expecting to see an ev in that time, which is a voiced TH sound. So the sound in this, or yeah, that's actually a good, as opposed to the sound in 3. The versus th. Easy headshots. Stealth Archer is still the best way to play any Viking game. Skyrim has trained us way too well, and they have forgotten to nerf bows. And obviously I don't have a, Hidden Blade to do assassinations. Easy. Not even slightly a challenge. For some reason this guy is just using like a baseball bat. My dude, you know real weapons exist, right? You can afford a helmet. You can afford not a baseball bat. Yeah. Oh, something weird about the weapons in this game. There are no playable, this is fine. We're fine. There are no usable one-handed swords. Enemies will use them, but players can never use one-handed swords. They just size up everything to be long, kind of greatsword size, and just say, oh, you have two-handed swords. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It is exactly as absurd as you would expect. Cause, yeah, no. There are not greatswords in this time period in this part of the world. There's some earlier from modern Thrace, or Macedonia, such as the Rompaya, but in this time period there is absolutely no way we are having two-handed swords in Europe, in certainly Western Europe. Let us climb up here, and then from there we can jump onto this. Good parkour. And yeah, once again, this is a frozen hellscape. By the way, you know, it still is daylight right now. We have a longer day cycle than a night cycle, which means it is like, I don't know, October? Or early October? But for some reason, we have icicles everywhere. There's like permafrost in Norway. But yeah, it's like autumn. It's either like early spring or mid-autumn. Neither of which are great for any of this. Yes, carbon ingot. Our first... Oh, I need to not be using AC1 controls. I was holding left trigger or right trigger in order to be in high profile mode, in order to run faster. I just finished a playthrough of Assassin's Creed 1. All the VODs from that are on the YouTube channel of the same name as this stream, or there's a link in the About section to see kind of how the first game in the series approached history, to see how this game does it differently. And that was a fun time, but I'm getting my controls confused. Yeah, I'm assuming it is carbon, kind of high carbon steel as well, because that is the only thing that makes literally any sense about this. But I am also confused. I have no idea why on earth they just call it a carbon ingot. And then also they go into weird metals for farther upgrades, like, the next upgrade level is nickel, which I don't think was used in weaponsmithing in the Viking Age. I don't know that 100%. I'd need to get someone who does kind of metallurgical archaeology, but I'm reasonably confident that that's not a used metal for upgrading or for
is fighting nearby.
any other stuff going on there. And hang on just a moment here.
Dag, you old hound. You live.
I do. Slipped away in the sword clash. And what did
And we get to meet our
Shotve tried to sell me off. A mistake
our
you'll
reluctant
regret.
second in
Not
command.
today, he won't. I saw him board a ship at Avaldsnes not long ago. Sailed east, leaving our crew behind.
There must
Well-
still be time to save our men. I will find them. You ready the longship.
You glory hound? You would take the rescue for yourself, so the victory
Doug
song is
thinks we
written
are
about
always
you.
about trying to
I
get
can
glory
storm
hands.
the beach then. Slay 24 men, seize our dragon boat, and hoist the sail in triumph.
Uh-huh.
Up to you.
No, I will take the beach. A far more dangerous path. You search the longhouse for our crew.
Yo, for some reason his shield is entirely made out of metal.
This corpse will not have need of it.
Go. I'll meet you by the ship.
I'm not sure why his shield is entirely made out of metal, because that's not how shields worked. Most shields in this time period were made out of probably lindenwood, or barring that, ash could also be used. But, kind of an iron shield is looked at as kind of being this super ridiculous cool thing, you know, that great heroes use in desperate circumstances, like, you know, Beowulf versus the dragon. Anyway, we actually have to fly around using the sight, our good friend, to identify where things are supposed to be, or you could guess by the extremely obvious longhouse. So yeah, as we're flying over this longhouse, a lot of this is kind of weird. It's not downright wrong, but it is a bit weird. These houses are by and large okay, but not great. This kind of traditional A-frame is used in the Viking Age quite regularly, but they aren't thatch covered most of the time. It looks like they're just like wood planks, which is weird. Same thing for this. They're using this kind of diamond-shaped shingle a whole lot. This style, which has been interpreted as like kind of dragon scale shingles, is a term I've heard thrown around for them, is most strongly associated with the stavkirkar, or stave churches, which are, you know, churches from the 12th and 13th centuries, mostly. So seeing one in the 9th century longhouse is peculiar. Anyway, gear. We have a whole inventory menu here. Yes, I know. We currently have nothing right now, but we have a Thrall's tunic, which is undyed, very rough homespun linen. We have Thrall's breeches, which these I actually kind of like because they're, you know, basic leather shoes with a linen or homespun wool cloth wrapping bound up with cord. That's totally legitimate style for the Viking Age, but would have been used for more than just slaves. But that's okay. Then we have a random axe, which is a type known as a bearded axe, based off this long hook beneath it. This is also a totally legitimate one for this period. This is the most reasonable looking axe we will see. And then we have a shield. Let's actually use our shield as a shield for now. And it is reinforced with iron, with an iron boss in the center. Center grip hold, and then painted. It's fine. I don't actually know where this Raven design comes from. I looked it up a couple months ago and have since forgotten. Whoops. But it's okay. Realistically, it would ideally it would be covered in fabric instead of just open bare planks so that the enemies know where it will splinter. But so be it. And then we have this bow. This bow is not a European bow. I've heard, though I didn't confirm this, that this is actually a style used by native people in Canada from centuries later, and they just kind of stole it because it looked cool. But they label it as Hunnish. I don't mind that so much because there is a perceived link between Goths, Huns, and Norse people in that Sigurður Fáfnisbani, as in, you know, the greatest hero of the Germanic mythological world, is referred to as a Hun in a few places. And after he dies, it seems that, or after, I should say after his grandfather, King Volsung, dies, Hunaland, the land of the Huns, is unoccupied, and then Atli, Attila the Hun, moves in, and then, you know, dies. So, it is not impossible that we would see Hunnic stuff, at least people perceiving of themselves as being related to the Huns and drawing some influence on it. What? I can easily see this guy. What are you? There we go. Yeah. But Volsung is the king, King Volsung is the king of Hunaland. So, you know, the Huns are not just solely...
There should be an opening in the roof.
Yes, there is clearly an opening in the roof up there. I am not super ultra familiar with longhouse construction, but certainly there would be vents in the roof, like what we see across the side here, to let a little bit of the smoke out, but a big opening like that just kind of lets all the... That's a hard space to heat anyway, and that lets all the air out. So... useful for game design, bad for practical space. It's possible that there are some kinds of holes, because yeah, smoke is a problem, and everyone in the Viking Age probably suffered from eye diseases because of, well, the bad decisions of doing, having no way to escape smoke for like 4 months out of the year, because it's winter and you are snowed in. Leander, we're probably not looking that cold. Certainly, in this game, it's a terrible idea. Because, oh my god, it is so frosty. But climate in the 9th century is actually looking pretty reasonable. Colder than today because of global warming. But...
unpleasant for both of us.
If I'm to die, I want to make a mess of it, Buckaroo.
Okay, so that's the case where they're using reconstructed. You can actually hear that because the AU diphthong in modern Icelandic is oi, not ow.
You coward! Unbind me and stick an axe in my hand.
I owe you
And
nothing,
Bragi
Ravenshire. Yours is a
is
clan
our
of thralls,
ship
peasants.
scout, and we'll have him like the rest of the whole time.
You! Lay that axe aside or die by mine.
And
You should be on a slave ship to
his name
Ireland,
is
Wolfkiss.
actually the same as our oldest known skald, Bragi
But
Bottason,
if you wish to be my first
who it
sacrifice,
has potentially been argued
Odin will
the
be
god
more than
Bragi
happy to
is inspired by.
You just killed yourself, Erki.
Ooh, we'll need to talk about that word. But,
I will sell you to hell herself.
the term, or it has been argued that Bragi Bodison is the source of, or the name for the god Bragi. Or I can just parry him. Like, I could dodge or I could parry. Come on. Just hit me. Okay, yes, I understand. Thank you, game. Oh, that's a problem. Wow, good tracking, dude. Oh, he is now using hammers. Hammers aren't a thing. Ow. Like, they aren't a historically tested weapon. Despite the obvious comparison point of, you know, Thor using Mjolnir, warhammers are not used in the Viking Age. Period. There is literally zero evidence to indicate that they are.
Father, you should have held on to this until the bitter end.
And Eivor seems to have a fair dose of trauma.
You spare my clan.
But yeah, that would not have been perceived of as a particularly dishonorable death. I don't really know why they make such a big deal of this. Yeah, definitely not with that kind of head. That's a smithing mallet, not a weapon. And yeah, by the way, actually Odin. Just kind of there. Just hanging out, having a good time. He is wearing a hood, therefore you know it's Odin, though Odin tends to wear blue, not gray. So, whoops. Oh look, it's Yggdrasil. Extremely obviously Yggdrasil, because there is only one tree.
Eivor, are you bewitched? Unbind us!
What? Oh, yes, of course.
Anyway, Bragi Bodison is,
Your wits were somewhat rattled.
Listen here.
supposedly...
You can breathe, you can fight. Now come. We take back our ship.
You do not need to tell us twice.
Words. Bragi Bodison is supposedly the court skald for Ragnar Lothbrok. This is factually untrue. The one poem we have from him is called Ragnarsdrápa, or the praise poem of Ragnar. But it is... Given that Ragnar Lothbrok did not exist, and I will die on this hill, we'll talk about it more later. It is obviously untrue that he was, you know, the court skald of Ragnar Lothbrok. Ravenclan armor, another axe, actually a better axe. And this is a great time to mention the channel point rewards. Yes, thank you, AC. I will die in that snake pit. Anyway, if you check the channel points feature at the bottom of your the chat, you will see that there is an option to turn in channel points as a reward in order to make me change my equipment or cosmetics. You can make me use whatever you want, and I will have no choice but to obey. Otherwise, each stream I will try, as we keep getting more gear, each stream I will change it so that I can show off kind of all of the stuff in the game. But if you want to make me use exclusively dual-wielding shields, very soon you will be able to do that. If you want me to only use flails, I guess you can do that. And if you want to give me the most ridiculous, stupid tattoo pattern ever conceived of, feel free. Fashion Creed Valhalla, let's go. Yeah. Anyway, it's raid time. So we're just gonna shoot two of these guys. Oh, I whiffed. Oh, I heard a female voice. Who? Oh wow, that was extremely generous with that parry. Hammer percent! Oh, stomp. I do not have stomp yet. That's awkward. I am too used to having the ability to stomp people, and then I kind of whiffed it. Anyway, yeah, this game has just, like, parry mechanics as the primary, like, defensive strategy, as you just parry them. Easy. Ow. I'm gonna have to actually, like, eat, because turns out eating cloudberries are the greatest invention ever created, by nature. And, you can just have cloudberries, and then that heals axe strikes. Don't question it. Who are they still fighting? Oh, there's still 2 people here. Anyway, tactics in this game, also known as what are tactics? Because you may have noticed every single fight just turns into run around and like 3v1 everyone. Because who needs the formation? This is clearly derived from Hollywood, where choreographing an actual medieval battle would 1, look a bit boring, and 2, also just, you know, take effort, I guess. And so we're here. Also, apparently these guys didn't hear the fighting. Just somehow missed the memo that we were busy getting stabbed, and so I shoot them for their troubles. Anyway, yeah, a battle in the Viking Age probably ends up looking
from the other side.
stupid environmental puzzles. Having the 2 lines, kind of just form up, make a shield wall, stare at each other, until eventually one of them breaks. It's only as one side turns into a rout that you're gonna have anything that passes for the kind of charging and melee, and even then, the winning army probably doesn't break ranks, because, you know, that happened at Hastings, where the shield wall the English shield wall, thinking that it had turned into a rout when it was actually a feigned retreat, broke ranks against Harold Godwinson's orders. William's army turned around and smushed them. You don't break ranks. Wow, you were extremely generous in just standing there and letting me line out that shot. Thank you. Anyway, don't I have a thing over here to look at? Yeah, in this house. There it is. Loot chest, thank you. It gives us upgrade materials, which are just iron ore, which you can get literally everywhere for any reason. And... oh, we got an arrow coming in. Oh yeah, these guys are using longbows. I got nothing. They're using... well, longbows were used in this period. Probably not in Norway. We're looking at far more short bows or kind of hand bows intended more for hunting than any sort of big war bow like this. Vinold, if it's okay, we're gonna save talking about the Ragnarsons for when we get to the Ledesestra arc, in order to actually talk about, you know, the Ragnarsons with them on screen. Otherwise, I'm gonna spoil my things to talk about before I'm actually there, and that would be sad, because there's a whole lot of game to get through, and I do not want to spoil all my main fancy talking points before it is time to talk about them. Also, most of these guys seem to not use shields, which is bad news. Use shields. Tactical tips from Ludo history. Use shields. Anyway, we have done a raid. We did our first raid. Look at this place. Oh, by the way, here's something to, you know, talk about, mention. This palisade is very well maintained and also crenellated. Crenellations, if you don't know, refers to these kind of raised points along a wall to provide shelter. No, that's not something that is even remotely attested right now. In fact, those typically are associated with castles starting in, you know, like the 12th century. You see some in the 11th century, but 12th century even more so. So it's very much trying to look medievally whilst also being like, hey, look, we know they don't have stone walls yet. They're using a palisade. Having it both ways. Correct. It is absolutely absurd. Anyway.
Dag, Greggy, grab your oars. The whale road leads us home.
Gods, it's about time. Stop yapping and start rowing.
So, we are now on a boat. I do like this boat. Well, I don't super love the front... actually, let's leave command here. Leave command. No, I didn't want to jump into the river.
My blood freezes.
Eivor, don't jump into the fjord. I just want to talk about the dragon head. I don't super love this dragon head, because this dragon head is way too fierce looking. With something like the Oseberg style from about, I guess it's actually 70 years before the start of this game. The Oseberg burial is from about 800. Has a much more accurate one, and that is a very rounded style with a lot of intertwined kind of engravings, and a lot fewer of, you know, looking actually scary by modern standards. That being said, I think maybe we just go straight. We actually like try and do plot and go straight to Stavanger instead of going up here. It super does look like a... yes, it does. It does look like a lion's head, but the stuck-out tongue does work. So, it is... that is historically attested. But, heavy focus on kind of intertwined things, and an equally heavy focus on... a very rounded style, but the dragon head is supposedly supposed to kind of do a symbolic intimidation on the physical land that we are working against.
I was stupid, selfish, reckless, blind, bone-headed, and I smell like blood and shit.
I like my version better.
By the way, this game is very pretty. For any time I complain about this game is ludicrously pretty. Even on lowest graphic settings, which is what I am on for the sake of, you know, less lag. This game is extremely pretty. Anyway. The symbolic harm... Oops, I'm gonna hit that. Wow. Somehow I did not hit that. I should actually turn around so I can sail into the dock. Please turn. Please turn faster. I know you can do it. I believe in you, sail. Our sail can also just kind of exist in almost any direction. It's great. But yeah, it is symbolically supposed to be intimidating. I think it's from Olaf Saga Tryggvasonar. When in doubt, it's usually from that saga. Where there's a line that says, hey, we need to actually take down the dragon's head prow when we sail home. Otherwise, we will scare the Vaihtir, or spirits, of this land, of our homeland, which is bad news for us. So yeah, don't do that. And so the dragon's head prow is actually removable, and is designed to potentially be a...
Setting up an outpost on that island.
Shut this man.
Yep.
No one had any peaceable than land like dogs worrying a bone.
Even with you half in the grave, we could easily take them.
Oh, let's actually get over here. Hello, Stavanger. Let us talk. Ta-da! But yeah, in that way, making it look more stereotypically intense, to kind of reflect that desire of symbolically doing intimidation is probably fine and legitimate. Public notice. King Harald seeks warriors. King Harald is offering silver and good weapons to brave men and women seeking gain and glory. If you are interested, look for King Harald's ship, the Vagerbrjota. The weapon, right? No. I need to look up... Hang on just a minute, I need to turn around to grab my dictionary. Brjota is... bright? But off the top of my head, I do not remember what Vagar means. So let us look that up. Because I have a dictionary right here. You were... Let's see, Vaka, Vagn... Yeah... I think it's supposed to be just like... I think that's a corruption of Vagn. I'm not... Actually, that doesn't... My dictionary does not have that as a word. So, literally the bright vessel. Creative name for your ship, my guy. Also not historically attested as the ship. Vagn is cognate with English Wagon. It would be rare to use it for a ship, but not impossible by any means.
What tiny little child approaches?
Oh, look. Is this our introduction to flighting? It is our introduction to flighting.
Ah, many apologies. You are no child, simply a frail and fully grown fool.
Do we know each other?
I know you're a weakling. And you need only know my impressive scale and flawless build.
Yo,
Why do you speak to me this way?
it is rare but attested to use Vagn to refer to a ship.
I have consented to nothing yet.
Fine. Do you wish to fleet against me?
Interesting that they use Icelandic pronunciation there, modern Icelandic. Fleet. Despite flighting not being a Norse word, I can only afford the small bit.
Wager. I'm ready
So,
for you now.
Whoops. But let's go through this and then.
Have you ever seen muscles as massive as mine?
When you make up in muscle, the form. Both of these work, but
What you make up in muscles, you're lacking in
it's more
spine.
topical. He seems very happy that we are very good at
For that
this.
strength, I can boast that my features are fair.
Are they? Are they though?
They seem perfectly placed to give
So-
children a scare.
Yeah,
You're
quality.
brilliant. Yes, more.
They
Have you
greatly
ever met
enjoy
someone
this.
so witty and quick?
No, you're quite like your arms, just incredibly thick.
Topical.
Brutal. I adore it.
By the way, this guy has a Norwegian accent.
Oh, wonderful. Rare to find someone with any flighting skill. You deserve
Kind of.
every bit of your bet and more. I'll remember some of those insults.
Happy to be of service.
Yo, so that's flighting. That is literally all we need to do for flighting ever. Of just, they say something, we say something stupid back at them, and then they are very happy at our insults. That is not at all how flighting works. So the term flighting actually comes out of a Scottish tradition. It's an early modern Scots-English word. It has absolutely nothing to do with in Old Norse context. However, it is typically used as a translation for the word senna, which is a ritualized set of insults or exchange of insults. But pretty much every other detail of the senna they get wrong. Firstly, they are using meters based on rhythm and rhyme instead of the incredibly complex Drottqveit skaldic verse, which features, yes, internal rhyme, but also alliteration. That is the kind of standard process used in sennas. Both are also exchanged on the level of stanzas, not on the level of lines. You don't do it line by line, you do it stanza by stanza, where you'll say usually, I went forth and did some great thing while you weren't there at all, or while you were at home sitting amongst the women in the household, why weren't you there? And the purpose of a Senate is not just for fun or even for coin. It is essentially establishing a social pecking order. And so the social pecking order is incredibly important, both in terms of seating arrangement within a hall at a feast or a celebration, and also as a form of promoting social cohesion. If everyone kind of understands their spot, then it's actually a way to kind of get out some tension and then hopefully make everyone play nice and get along better. A really clear example, the clearest example of this is definitely the Loka Senna, or the Loki's insults, wherein Loki manages to insult pretty much every single god who is at one of Aegir's Jotun friendly to the gods. They're at a feast, Loki is not invited, he crashes the party and insults literally all of them, implying that, you know, Freya is, one, did an incest, and two, is generally extremely promiscuous. And accuses Odin of unmanliness and all sorts of other stuff going on there. It's a time. An example of it actually working as intended comes to us from Ragnar Saga Lothbrokar at the very end, where two of Ragnar's warriors, long after the fact, exchanges Senna after failing to recognize each other at a feast, and through the Senna actually identify each other and then are fast friends for the rest of the time there. And yeah, we are now on a, well, Armando, no, you would not be able to plan like that in chainmail, but we are not wearing chainmail, so points. Anyway, we are now sitting on top of a stave church. I mentioned this before. Stave churches are, well, they're a church. I don't know what you want. They may be as early as the 11th century, but are more likely 12th and 13th centuries, as a specific style of wooden Norwegian church. This one looks an awful lot like the one at the Norske Folkemuseet in Oslo, which is one of our best preserved ones, though not our only one. And you can see here, there's very clear, like, dragon scale shingles, and the style here, in addition to these animal heads, you can see here, which is actually typically interpreted as a dragon head. People have tried really, really hard to argue that stave churches are actually secretly amalgamations of Christian churches and pagan temples or hofs. That's a nonsense argument. They're a Christian church. The fact that it is referencing a culturally believed in icon does not actually mean that they are secretly pagan. That is a romantic desire for something other than what is actually going on. But yes, being a church, it has a graveyard. The graveyard here is actually a historically attested style of the best preserved example is probably at Royal... I didn't think I was going to make that. Is at Royal Jelling in Denmark. The burial site of Gorm the Old, Harald Blåtand's father. The entire site is a massive stone ship burial of the style seen in this graveyard, just on a massively, massively larger scale. It has multiple burial mounds inside of it, and then a church inside of it too. And yes, if we had jumped from that height into water, we would have gone splat. Yes, brother, you are correct. Anyway, stave churches, this one is on scale, a little bit exaggerated, but again, for the whole purpose of, you know, the camera being able to move around inside, I'm not offended by that. But what does make me sad is that the door here, the door portals of a stave church are one of the coolest dang things. Also, shoutouts to pews. They don't exist yet, but shoutouts to them anyway. they're some of the absolute coolest, prettiest things. They also have a fascinating tendency to show styles clearly derived from the Viking Age aesthetically, and in some cases actually show scenes from Norse mythology in them. Ones at the National Museum of Oslo show most of the plot of Volsunga Saga, the tale of Sigurður Fafnisbani and his family, the killing of Fafnir, the forging of the sword Gramur, Sigurður avenging the death of his father Sigmundur, the killing of Fafnir, Sigurður's death, and then the death of his brother-in-law, what's his face, Gunnar, Niflung, or Gjukason, in A Pit of Snakes. Showcases all of that on the door frame of a stave church. And it's super cool, and they just don't show it here. A case where they could have legitimately just reconstructed that, and I would have gone, oh, that's really interesting. They choose not to, which is really, really sad. Anyway, all across here we've got, you know, as you can see, a whole bunch of just stuff to do. Couple of world events, bunch of wealth to find, and then just, you know, generally wealth and stuff and mysteries around here. By the way, out here warns us that there is a legendary battle out here, which is fun. But we will get to that, I don't know, eventually. We can get a Warhammer on this island, and we can get a flail here? Here. No. Right, the Warhammer's here. We should go pick that up, just so you all can torture me. I love stave churches too. I love them so much.
The gods here are vigilant.
Oh yeah, by the way, in here, there is just a random room here with Kjotve's heraldry. Let us all laugh at the heraldry. As I said, heraldry is not used in this time period. Everything they're doing is a kind of made-up thing. We've got a resident expert, AC. Theoretically, using high medieval ideas. Yeah. It just breaks all of the rules. Anyway, we will not worry about playing dice. Earthlog, the game there, literally just translates to kind of fate. It is not a thing what actually exists. But I am trying to... Where am I looking for? 63 meters. This way. If this is the one I think it is, yep. It sure is. In this game, you can do parkour challenges. The thing the parkour challenge gives you is... well... I'm actually not very good at them because Eivor has a bad tendency to kind of jump where she's not supposed to. But if we follow this across all the roofs, as it drifts kind of randomly... what we will get from it, well, you'll see in a moment. Oof, as I just land on the dude. Come on, grab it, grab it, grab it. Collect. Is a tattoo design. Oh look, and we leveled up. Huzzah.
You look like you could handle yourself in a fight.
Indeed.
Eivor Wolfkist, is
Hello.
that you?
Hello,
Make
Rolver.
way for Eivor, the terror
Anyway.
of the western shores.
You are Norwegian. You are the most Norwegian. Actually, that's not true. We will hear a more Norwegian in a moment. But my god, that guy is incredibly Norwegian. Anyway. I got destroyed in this fight too. So... no, why would I auto-assign points? Ew. Roughly, we can do stealth, or stomp. Let's go for stomp first, because that just is a pretty good thing. Anyway, so it is a super duper popular thing that
It is Rolf,
there are
yeah?
ideas
He raided with
that
you that one time up on the northern
we
coast.
Vikings use tattoos.
It was the first
Like,
time
are
Seer
incredibly
was
decked out.
raided so far from home.
If you've seen
And
literally
Sigurd was
any
sure you
media
took
about the
more than your
Vikings,
fair
you've heard
share.
this.
You're still
You've seen it,
raiding at
it's
your
everywhere.
age.
We need to grab what we can before Harald has his say across Norway. But I only plan them now. I let others do the heavy work. In fact, I'm looking for someone to lead my crew.
That's just
I would
not
like to help you
true.
out, but I have my
Like
own
Eivor's
crew now.
Raven tattoo,
I did
that
not
is not.
mean you, but I could use your help choosing a leader.
But like a
I've
Rolfer
picked out
here,
a
I
few
don't
to be
mind.
tested.
He looks pretty
Tested
plausible.
If you want to see someone's
You know,
true
as a design of a guy, actually,
test it in battle.
his arm tattoos
Show me
are a
your
thing,
pics.
but are a problem.
My crew is
But
gathered down by the docks.
a lot of the rest of him
Locals
looks fine.
mostly. Even a couple of farmers
but-
hungry for excitement.
How do they compare to me and Sigurd?
There is no comparing. You are building some reputation, Eivor.
The main
They're talking
attestation of
about you up and down
tattoos,
the coast.
or
Good talk
in
of
the Middle
that.
Ages,
Depends
comes
on who
to
you
us
talk to.
from Ibn
Mostly
Fadlan,
good.
an
Do not worry
Abbasid
about the
diplomat who
No, they should
traveled
worry
up to
about
the
me.
Bulgars on the Volga and traveled through a Rus community on the way. Except that the word he actually uses is just decorated with tree-like patterns.
This is my raven
And that
crew,
is
Eivor.
combined with the fact
They
that he
lack
claims that they
experience
don't
to
wear,
make up for in
they wear neither
other
tunics nor
areas.
kaftans, to assume that it probably means tattoos. We have no reason to trust Ibn Fadlan when he says that they didn't wear clothes, because of course they wore clothes. And so, interpreting that as something other than, either potentially body paint, or decorated, like, embroidered cloth, is kind of absurd, given that we have no English evidence, no medieval English evidence that the Norse wore tattoos, nor medieval Frankish evidence that the Vikings wore tattoos, no medieval Irish evidence that the Vikings wore tattoos, no later Norse evidence that the Vikings wore tattoos, and no archaeological evidence of tattooing needles. Vikings did not wear tattoos.
Together, we will hammer these lumps of meat into men
Yes,
and women of iron.
Super
into
Pancakes, that is
raiders.
correct. The
So
Rus
which from this
are
unlucky
in the modern
lot
Ukraine
will lead your
along
crew?
the Volga
That big
River.
brute, Oddbjorn? He does not speak
Anyway,
much,
so we're gonna
but he
get
can power a
ourselves
ship
are
by himself.
absolutely demolished
That shield
because
made in his
these
ash
guys
ship
are
will keep
going to
Her blade is
actually
as quick as her wit.
destroy us because
And
it's a
then
3v1,
there is Thorgils.
and that is a problem.
Wolf, who is your friend?
Thorgils with a thick head.
Fight or someone will crack it. All right. That one is so thick he could shatter your shield, but the other men like him. And those are the
Also,
best of
he
the
apparently has forgotten what a
So those
tunic looks
three,
like, given
yeah?
that he is not.
I have handled more.
Yeah, we are gonna get
You want to fight them all
absolutely
at
destroyed.
once?
Why not? Raids are the stuff of chaos itself. They need a test with no rules.
No.
Challenge,
Use formations
not
or you
damage.
will die.
It was hard enough finding this many.
Yes, Raptorus, I know.
Listen up, you sea slugs. This is Ava Wolfkiss.
Anyway, I
We've
like
killed more men
Thorgils
than
of the
you'll
thick
ever
head.
meet.
Thorgils thick head is an actual type of epithet that is actually attested. So some of the joyous by names people get in the Viking Age are things like Cadil Flatnose, or
Understand?
Thorolver of the Mossy Beard.
I am ready. Fight!
So the idea of there being crap, need to be not here. I need a pair. Ow. Ow. I'm getting my absolutely owned. Heal, please. Ow. Hello, please. Ow. 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 Please let me heal. I have no healing left, so this is just going to be kind of just take it. But I believe. I believe in me. I believe in me. 1 HP on the dream. Let's go. Ow. Damn it. Oh wait, I'm still alive. No.
It was an honor beating you.
I almost did it. I almost managed it.
Rolf, your
Uh,
raiders are tougher than they look.
Tougher than you know. Thorgils got back up after you went down. He finished the fight.
Did you see what you were looking for?
Yes, I did not think Thorgils could do it, but he is thick-headed, like his old man.
Wait, that is your boy, Tiny Thor.
Yes, he is.
He used to barely
he could use new clothes, you know.
He's grown. Now
Rolf.
he will want to take everything from me. But such is the way of children. Take some silver for your trouble, and a little extra.
So,
Cheating you and Sigurd on that raid.
Rolf,
good luck.
You can clearly afford clothing, really nice clothing, and I genuinely love, like, the pelt. The pelt thing is a bit, yeah. Ow! I am on fire. I'm almost dead. Turns out, just stepping into a fight is a bad idea. Stepping into the brazier is a bad idea. That's fine. Meanwhile, the style of kind of folded tunic he has is attested from a little bit before the Viking Age. We actually don't have, like, really a lot of clothes from the Viking Age itself, but there's no reason this kind of kaftan should be seen as implausible in the time period. And I like that it's embroidered along the edges. I like how it is embroidered on the edges. And I like that he is wearing 3 arm rings. I can see 4 arm rings. 3 on one arm, 1 on the other arm, and then that bracer. He's got a big pendant there. And then a couple of belts. A couple too many belts, but either one of those belts... Okay, any of those 3 belts would have been fine. He didn't need all 3. But all 3 of those are totally legitimate styles used in the period. And then the wrapped leg wrappings, leather shoes, and then a decorated trimmed hair, and then a well-decorated beard that's clearly well-maintained. This is the most accurate Norse costuming we will see in this game for some kind of leader. Meanwhile, you know, his son can't afford a complete tunic. So I got nothing. Anyway, since we were seeing some women fist fighting there, to talk a little bit more about, I guess, the philosophy as to why that would be, or how this game kind of tackles gender and why there would be women's Vikings. Ultimately, it's something that's probably anomalous, and certainly is not nearly as common as is used in this game, but I also don't hate it, because ultimately, showing it as something normal in 2020 is correct and good, and even if that is anachronistic for the 800s, this is a game made in 2020, and making your game unfriendly to white supremacists and misogynistic bastards in 2020 is kind of a big deal. That being said, the kind of counterpoint to it, as I contradict myself, is that making women powerful by making them do the same things as men is the laziest possible way of making your game unfriendly to misogynistic bastards. Because ultimately it doesn't actually question the gender roles, it just says women can do what men can do, and what men can do is good and fine. Don't do that, because toxic masculinity is bad. You are door barred, okay? We will do the dumb thing and just kind of climb up the roof then. Hello? Hello? Please? Bow. And yes, one arrow breaks an actual thing. Breaks the thing completely open. Don't question it. Yes, Petra, we absolutely stan making games unsuitable for white supremacists. That is just good policy. We are not here for that. Anyway, let us head up there to this spot. Oh, right. This guy. Jerk.
Welcome, warrior. Sulke Silvertongue offers wonders from
and look at these eye tattoos. We can let's all laugh at the tattoos.
Objects, priceless artifacts.
And yet you have put a price on them.
And he says, Sulke here mentions the 9 worlds.
What would you say to a piece of Christ's cross?
Oh yeah,
Snakeskin from Ragnar
he's
Lothbrok's
also
pit.
dealing in things.
These items do not look very
Being
impressive.
freely
Like this old shoe.
That
freely
belonged to the
referencing
first
both Christian
pope.
artifacts
Or maybe it was a saint.
and
It brings the blessing
kind
of their
of the sale of relics.
They would need it with that shoe. And there's an old leather strap.
Like,
A
I
shield
don't mind it.
strap belonging to the hero Sigurður,
Oh
who
yeah,
fought
see,
the
in the
great
subtitles here,
beast.
Sigurður is
mother
the
had one
Icelandic
embroidered like that.
pronunciation.
And what about that helmet?
That was the helmet
Uh-huh.
in the Black War.
Uh-huh,
when he
sure it
died in
was.
battle. It will protect you and bring good
Leander,
crops.
as soon as I get
That's
to
a lie.
Fornburg and can actually do
It was
that,
the
I will
helmet
be
my
doing it.
father Varin wore the night he was killed.
Eivor?
I know you now.
Anyway,
Sulky snake.
so
And these are things from my old home. How much silver did Chadva pay you
there's
to betray us?
two points on that.
It was not like
So
that. I was there that night. but I did not fight for Kyoto.
Sigurður,
I ran.
Coward! I should cut you down.
sometimes they will call him, say, Sigurd,
I want to die.
and sometimes they will say... Nice. Sometimes they will say Sigurd, and sometimes they will say Sigurður, and they just don't distinguish between them. We may need to talk about this more. By the way, for all of this, we need to talk about that in a moment. But then also, like, the idea that you would kind of freely trade in both English and, or sorry, in Christian and Norse things is totally fine and legitimate, not a big deal. Because there were Christian populations in most of these towns by this time. When a missionary named Ansgar went to Birka in the 820s, he found a Christian population already there. He expanded it a little bit, but by and large it didn't catch on. But, you know, there was already a Christian population there. And in order to trade in the rest of Europe, many Norse people would be what is called prime signed, or marked with the sign of the cross, but not baptized, in order to be able to trade, due to all sorts of papal decrees against the trade of Christians with heathens. And so it is... all of that was totally fine. Very much modern snake oil salesman, but that's also totally okay. But yes, they can't decide whether they want it to be mainland Scandinavian or Icelandic. So Sigurd is totally fine in Norwegian. It is incorrect in Icelandic, it is incorrect in Old Norse. And so they just can't decide what they're doing. Also, yeah, our dad's helmet was just sitting on a table. Where is the table? Like, the super important cutscene item, they just despawn as soon as the cutscene ends. Because it's not this, even though this is the same asset that we saw at the beginning of the game. That isn't our father's helm. So, poof. Anyway, Roman statuary. Also, shoutouts to whatever the heck this skull totem is. We're going to see a lot of these guys when we get to England, and they are universally dumb. We'll talk about them then. But this game, by the way, if you don't know, is freaking obsessed with the Romans. Like, this is a game set in the Viking Age, but, you know, the Romans occupy the main currency and force here. So, that sure is a thing. Kinda rough. Oh, that just leaves town. I don't want to leave town. I also don't want to go back on the boat yet, because I want to go get our weapon, so that you can all inflict nonsense on me. There's also, inside here, there's another carbon ingot. I don't really care about the carbon ingot, so let's just...
I must be careful now.
Let's go forth and ride out of town, to the south, and go in search of our next thingy. Oh, Ireland is not even in the game yet, Villain, but how they're treating the idea of kind of Romano-Britannic paganism as a thing that exists in England in the 9th century is still, you know... Who is... Oh, Wolves. Hello, wolves. Goodbye, wolves. Ow. Ow. These wolves are owning me? These wolves absolutely wrecked me. That's awkward. And yes, it has an arrow sticking out of its face, and that's fine. Also, yeah, I feel bad every time I hunt wolves because they whine like that every time, and it feels terrible. Also, apparently we eat wolf meat because I just healed off of that.
I feel I am going round and round.
Poor doggos.
Lost and honor bound.
The music is so good in this game. The game is primarily done by Jesper Kyd, but also Einar Selvik does did some of the music in this game, and obviously you can hear his influence.
This quest
Indeed.
will put me in the ground. I am lost.
Well, I know what we're going to aggro on him. He's probably going to die if we do this.
Without a sound.
Erlendur, you're in trouble.
I've never heard poetry shouted in this way.
A skald? Oh no, not at all. I am truly looking for honor and have become lost as a result.
So
Looking for honor here. It's a bit remote.
I am the 7th son of a 7th son. I am expected to bring great honor to my family. But everything has been done. My uncles and brothers have all had great victories, or even greater deaths. There's nothing left for me
I saw
to
some
do.
polar bears. We're
The
going to talk
gods
about the
have been
polar bears.
deaf to my pleas, but you are here.
So, you want a great victory from me? Or a great death?
No! I want to live, and I could not possibly hope to win against you.
Indeed, he is very cold,
Maybe you could lead
because
me
yes.
to a victory.
I can tell by looking at you. You're not a great warrior. You know it too.
So I mean, we
There's
could
no
bring
reason
some
to
wolves
deny
on
this.
him.
I could bring you a chance at honor. An animal of some kind. Something you could handle.
Yes, that could work. I could add a few details, nothing too exaggerated. Skalds do it all the time.
So now you're a skald. Do not go anywhere. I will only do this once.
We could attract wolves. There's one over there we could easily get. Or we could take a look and see how scary the polar bears are. Which, by the way, just, you know, shoutouts to polar bears. I want to see how difficult you are. Pretty scary, not gonna lie. This is gonna be a rough. That's okay. Oh no, there's 2 of them. Oh no. Oh no. Let us run away. I do not want to get the guy killed. Oh no. So, if you know much of anything about, you know... Oh, there's a wolf. We can... I need to... kill one of these wolves. Ow. Before I die. I am totally gonna die, and that's okay. Unless if I can get the kill here. Yeah. Got the kill. Loot. There we go. That's healing. We're gonna mostly take on this guy. Lure him back over. Nope. Don't want to kill. Just want to get close. Come on. Get over here. Dead. Ow. Crap. I'm totally dead. Where is the world event? I need... Yo, come on, get over here. Where is he? I don't see him. Where did I... Oh, he's right here. Hello, wolf. Please, attack me. But don't actually attack me.
Make sure to bring me a beast.
Yeah, you may have noticed there's a wolf right here. The wolf is struggling to pathfind. Hello, wolf. Could you
now, win your honor.
They are much bigger up close. I
Yeah,
do not
yeah.
think I can do this. I do not think I can do this.
Come, Erland. Honor calls.
Yeah, run at it. Come on. Oh gosh, he's actually gonna get owned. We'll help him out. We'll help him out a bit.
You got a few stabs in.
And that heals us a bit.
How was your
So,
first
polar
kill?
bears.
I have never felt so alive. My Hooger soars on raven's wings.
With this
Yeah,
rebirth
that's not
comes a
what
new
Hooger
name.
means, but that's okay.
This day you will be called Ellen Wolfweb, Killer of Curse.
That is an extremely badass name.
It suits me. You know, now that I think about it,
That is not how
my
epithets
story
work, but
should
that's
be
okay.
told in verse.
That's...
Farewell, beast beta.
Not quite how that works, but anyway, meanwhile, polar bears. Polar bears don't live in Bergen. Just no. Not even slightly. It's a saga trope that polar bears are from Greenland. And that's like the one place where they are, even though you are correct. Polar bears do live in the extreme northern parts of Norway, including the island of Svalbard. But it's just a trope that... Oh, I need to actually go over here to the Marauders then. Okay. Let's head the correct direction. And... Oh. Also hopefully find heals on the way. Healing would be good. Yeah. But yeah, this game seems to think that anywhere in Norway is way up north in the Arctic. But yeah, they you know, they could have had you know, ordinary bears, which, you know, do exist. Probably not oh crap, not another wolf. Please give me that first. Thank you. Okay, fine. We can fight 2 more wolves. Ow, crap. They're mauling me. Come on. That's not the right thing. Please, loot. Thank you. Wolves are actually the worst. That's okay. We kill it again. Oh yeah, moo. I don't know if there's sorry, there is one elk in this game, but it's an American elk. It's not referred to like the legendary beast fight that we are dealing with. Is called an elk, but it's an American elk. Because this is an American, or well, it's a Canadian game company, but they don't actually give us a moose. And it is sad. Moose are extremely terrifying. Are you kidding? I would not want to fight a moose ever. But that is... Despite them actually, you know, existing here in this part of Norway at this time, and that would have all been okay, they choose not to do that and instead just kind of roll in. Continue to roll in with continued polar bears, because everything is absolutely everything is Svalbard. Bergen is Svalbard. Oslo is Svalbard. Everywhere is Svalbard. Anyway, let us see if we can land a couple of snipes. Because, yeah, stealth archering is important. Even from across the bleeding... that doesn't kill him. Crap. Oh, it did kill him. I am surprised that killed him. That did not kill him, though. Ah, what? That didn't hit? Grr. Fine. Fine. Haha, I am hidden in the tiniest of bushes. Wait, actually, why did it let me... Oh, they just have no idea how to get to me. Okay. Oh, dang it, Slinger. Well, that hit, but that didn't do the right thing. Okay. I suppose we should run in and actually, like, fight them. So this is one of the factions in the game, just kind of generically known as Marauders. For some strange reason, Marauders seem to have, like, no idea what anything is, in terms of, like, you know, weapons, productive weapons, bows, anything. Because they just kind of roll with— oh crap, I'm out of arrows. That's not good. Despite having arrows here, they all use slings. And also despite being— oh wait, no, that's just food. Food is good. I do need some of that. Hey, no. Stop it. Stop it. Okay. Do. Ow. Rude. Still rude. I forget how weak you are at the start of the game, I'll be honest. It's not good. Yeah, did I kill everyone already? Fascinating. Yes, I am impressed at their color coordination, because, yeah. Oh, crap. This guy's actually difficult. That's okay, I will grab food here. And that should help me a lot. There we go. This guy actually might be, you know, vaguely difficult. Ow. Could you not, though? Just don't stand in the center of the smoke cloud, please. I know that that's, like, sensible, but don't do it. Ta-da! And then, yeah, even we recognize that our feet are better weapons than that bat, than a spiked bat. And so we just curb stomp the guy. Yeah, they have a uniform aesthetic, and that aesthetic is just, like, barbarian.tm. Because why bother, you know, thinking about what a group with minimal access to resources would actually do or look like? And I say minimal access, while having this extremely fancy kind of reliquary type thing, and a warhammer. AC, the rune is, I think, just supposed to be something to indicate. I have no idea why they are picking the Thorn rune as the one to suggest that there's a heavy attack, some kind of heavier attack coming in, but they do, so it is what it is. Yep. Anyway, warhammer? I don't know what makes this a warhammer. It looks to me like it's just kind of a, well, I don't know. Smithing mallet? But that's okay. Thodge, yes. That is a pretty good summary of what is going on there. Oh, by the way, these guys are some of Kyoto's men. They are wearing red, and so you can tell. But I think that's all we need to do in here, because we're gonna get to fight a bunch of these places anyway. There's a world event over here I wanted to look at, I think, but... Oh, by the way, shoutouts to Not an Island. Ikke en øy. Now, this is very much a Norwegian spelling. Ekki a would be, you know, in actually the Icelandic version, but, you know, shoutouts to Not an Island. This world event is pretty cool, so we may go do that. And then there's also like a world event up here at some point we need to go do. But we can actually like go to Fornburg and complete some quests first in order to be remotely able to do that. Oh, I can't actually call my horse right now. Okay, then we will pick that up later. We will just, oh, no, fast travel, fast travel. Hello, yes. The Animus looks very pretty these days because they decided the Northern Lights are optimal. Which is a good decision. Okay, see you, Math. Have a good time.
Hey!
Man your oars.
So, let us sail over to Fornburg. Oh, by the way, one found on Stavanger as we are leaving it. Stavanger was founded in the 1100s. We are in 872 or 873. So, congratulations, that city doesn't exist for 300 years yet, but we needed something there, so apparently...
No surprise there. This war has spun on for 3 generations.
3 generations?
I hardly expect him to relent.
So our grandparents were also involved.
For that man burns bright, wolf-kissed. I could warm my balls on it.
Would you not prefer a pair of sealskin breeches?
Just take care, Eivor.
Uh-huh.
Such hatred can make you careless. What he did to your father, he did to all of us. You are not in this fight alone.
The Northern Lights. They actually do still call them, the Northern Lights. Give me, I actually don't have a, Norse edition of it available. I just have an English translation. But there's a text called Konungs Skuggsjá, or the King's Mirror.
Of course he will.
Which specifically is a kind of encyclopedic text to help prepare with relevant knowledge about the geography and natural wonders and how to do trade for a prince as a kind of educational text. It dates to about 1250, and it has a section specifically on the Northern Lights as one of the marvels of Greenland. For some reason it's not said that like you can see them in Norway or Iceland despite totally being able to. But it actually describes them as the Northern Lights and proposes a few options as to what they might be. They actually end up deciding that it's vapors coming off the glaciers as the one that he thinks it is. Obviously, they had no way to tell that it is actually charged particles in the atmosphere due to solar radiation. So they did their best. But it's super cool. Oh yeah, we have actually like skills. We should use those. So I don't know entirely what like the top word they are using is for it. But it is a thing they recognize as existing, but it is something that does not appear, despite the cultural prominence they have in modern imaginations of Scandinavia. They are something that actually never appear in one of the Norse sagas. They just don't. It's completely absent. Hello.
We thought we had lost you, Eivor. For good this time. A warm welcome as always, Randi.
And this is,
You look like reddened shit. What happened? Nothing to crow about. Except to say the men who delayed us are dead. And how are you? Well enough.
This is supposed to be our adopted brother Sigurd's wife, Randvi.
I expected as much.
Currently, Sigurd is out raiding somewhere.
My husband should be home
but yes,
today.
she looks exactly like Cassandra. I think they probably reused the hair.
We have need of his courage.
Sigurd will not save you from his father's wrath, Eivor. You should know that by now.
Did your raid not go as planned? They rarely go as planned. We killed many of Kjotve's warriors. And there was this. My father's axe.
Varin's axe. I'm not sure why it's got like a pin on the end. Or
you should take it to Gunnar.
That random like orb.
A good idea. After I see our king.
That I do not advise. Not yet. He is meeting with a messenger from the north.
Yo.
I can wait.
So they just read the voice acting or use a different voice actress. Also, we are staring up there in the specific,
seeing my father's axe after 17 winters.
Vague direction of Valka.
A feeling I have not had since.
We should
since the day he was killed. Since the day I got this.
We should go talk to Valka and then talk about Valka, because oh my god, Valka.
Sadness and pain. I should speak with Valka. She could help me make sense
It,
of my feelings.
Take your time getting settled. I will see you at the Longhouse.
Yeah.
I think you have lost your edge, Eivor, just like that axe. Maybe Gunnar can help you with both.
I will let you know.
Yeah, Dag. By the way, everyone calls him Dag, which is the most American way to ever say it I could imagine. Dagur. Which just means day, but... Yo. Thank you, quest logs. Thank you. I know. But before we do either of those things, once I assign these couple of skills and get ourselves our stomp, we are actually going to take a quick ad break so that I can grab a very quick snack and refill my water, and then we'll be going back for 2 more hours of this. So hopefully the frame rates kind of recover from this a little bit less lag. But yeah, we'll be back in a little bit. I'm just going to run a 60-second ad break and then we will return. Okay, we should be back now. I am currently working on a tiny orange because it is Christmas season and therefore is the season for tiny oranges. But yes, you know, it is something that is very weird, and if anyone can identify it as we kind of ride up to Valka, I genuinely don't know where that name comes from. It shows up in a whole bunch of Viking adjacent media, and I can't find it. I can't find anyone named that in the Saga Corpus. So that might just be me not being perfectly well read. But if anyone can actually identify where on earth that name comes from, that would be that would be pretty cool. Anyway, so yeah, we're going to do the Valka quest first. Oh. There we go. Nearby quests. Asir's Solace. Do we have a horse somewhere? Please give horse.
Eivor, did you bring us any treasure?
I returned with a boat and a full crew. That is worth more than silver.
That doesn't count. You need silver and jewels.
Silver would be good too. We do like silver.
How do you know? You never went on a raid.
Hello, Eivor.
Hello. A tutorial of something. Looks like a tutorial on how to do flightings. We can talk to Alvis, All-Wise, in order to get a tutorial on flighting, or we could not do that, you know, as the case may be. There is actually something in town I want to... Yeah, yes, Tekla, I don't...
Alright, Tekla, I'll outdrink you.
I don't want to do a drinking contest. Somewhere around here, there is someone telling a story. Oh, good. I can now actually use summon him out. Where is he? That's our shop. I was trying to find someone specific. Holger should be telling us a story about the... Where are you? Someone here there is telling us a story about the Aesir Valley. There you are.
Like to hear a story?
Yes,
Who
I would.
Enjoy a tale of the gods?
Hello, please. I'm doing this because it's bad.
War, even among the gods. When Midgardr was young, Asgardr was torn by strife. The battle-born Aesir, hating the
That's reconstructed pronunciation.
betrayed custom and made
this is
murder in Odin's great hall. Gulveig of the Vanir was killed and burned. Not once, but 3 times. And reborn as Freya, mother of the Valor. The war that came after echoes through the 9 worlds still. Midgardr
what
would
9?
drown
What
in the
which
blood
9 worlds are you talking
dead
about?
would hide the sun. Those
Also wasn't
bravely
described as that
fallen,
bad.
Now buried, wait for Heimdall to blow the Gjallarhorn and summon them to battle one
Is that so?
last time.
Yeah.
Losses on both sides left each open to attacks from Jotnar and other monsters.
Sure.
So Odin, in his wisdom, proposed
By the way, uses
truce
reconstructed
and
pronunciation.
marriage to the war witch Freya. Oaths were made, horns were raised, and from the gods mingled spit was born, fully formed Kvasmir.
No,
wiser than
no,
Odin
no.
himself. This
Nay.
was the same Kvasmir whose stolen blood
So-
became the meat of poetry. But that
I am
is another
extremely
story.
confused as to how.
A good story, Holger.
Uh-huh.
But I hear the voice of Styrbjörn in it.
A wise skald takes his words from the gods and his orders from the king.
Alternatively, you make stuff up from nothing.
This land will never prosper while clan battles clan.
Super pancakes. In Icelandic, it is called Gjallarhorn. So that's okay. It's only in Swedish that'll become Jallarhorn. So in Icelandic, it's probably okay. It's actually okay to do that. Not who I wish to go to. Where is the road out of here? Oh yeah, the road out of here is back up here. But some constructive criticism of Holger's story. The initial statement, I want to call him out. Thank you. So the statement that first Gulveig is the same as Freya, and that Freya is the mother of the Valor is wrong on 2 counts. Firstly, Gulveig was burned 3 times according to Völuspá and still lives, but is never actually connected to Freya. That is a thing scholars for a while were proposing. I think Rudy Seamek proposes that, among others, but it's something that's starting to fall out of favor in scholarship. On the grounds that there's kind of literally no evidence for it and it's purely speculation. Based off, I don't know, some very vague etymological relationships, with Freya also having associations with gold or Gull. Also, given that the CRS, the Völva, plural Völur, in Völuspá is not a descendant of Freya, but is in fact raised by several giant women, female Jötnar. Suggesting, Mother of Völlur is probably not the best description for Freya ever created. Another critique, Odin marrying Freya is something that is kind of shows up in later Christian interpretations of Norse mythology, and is potentially kind of based on an assumption that what are you doing?
The god-cursed Backrout has deserted again!
Oh.
Why are you shouting?
Someone has
Ivan
left.
has wandered off again. Every time he claims he got lost in the mountains. I have had enough. If I have to risk more men looking for him, he will be branded and outlawed.
Ivan, he is Gunnar's sister's son, if I have it right. Do not fire your irons yet.
Yep, the
I'll have a
sleepwalker.
look around.
Yep, It is. Elsie Nielsen, you are correct. They are using the modern Icelandic, Styrbjörn, instead of the modern Swedish or Norwegian pronunciations. Yet another case of them being incapable of deciding what language they want to work with, because they do not always use Icelandic, but they also don't always not use Icelandic, which is weird. And yeah, they're not calling him Sturbjorn either, which would be the reconstructed. So, yeah, they just can't decide what language they're speaking. Anyway, so yet another critique, one more critique of Holger's story as we ride up to Valka's hut. He calls the truce, actually I didn't finish talking about Freya and Odin. So something like Sturlathauter from, found in Flateyjar book from the 1380s, does say that Odin marries Freya. It also portrays them both as demons. It's just like Christian demons, magician kings who are semi-immortal and are malicious and wicked, so maybe not the best source for Norse mythology. Also is the only source we have for Freya sleeping with 4 dwarves to get the Brisingamen is that short saga, so not the best decision. But it is probably coming out of an argument that Frigg and Freya are actually the same person, but in the 9th century they're clearly distinct regardless of if they were originally one or not. Last note on that, as we finish writing up here, Kvas, so they call the person born from this truce Kvasmir. This is just an error. It's Kvasir, no M. It's like it's just weirdly making him sound more Slavic, which is ultimately, I think, hello, Animus, please. We're going to blame any and all glitches we find on the Animus, by the way. But yeah, for Valka here, it sounds like they're doing the same thing, where they are basically saying Little Vala, using the infixed diminutive K from Slavic phonology. As kind of the way to do things. So it's Little Vala or Little Vilva becomes Valka. But every edition of the Prose Edda is going to call it Kvasir. There's not a single one that uses Kvasmir, even if, I don't think that's found in any of the main manuscripts, but even if it is, like, the modern editions that they had to be using are very clear. Or they could have just asked any Icelander and they would all say Kvasir. Yep. Also, you know, a hut. This hut looks suspiciously like a stave church. It's just a little bit of stave church. Oh, yeah, but of course, you know, the top of the stave church isn't the synchronization spot. That's out here this time. Yay. Oh, once again, I'm curious as to who sacrificed their bone, for the sake of this weird totem. While human sacrifice was practiced in the Viking Age and before the Viking Age, something like this isn't a thing. It's just being spooky and magic, like spooky shamanic human sacrifice magic. Big old question mark.
Hamuram. Valka? Hush. I need silence to hear the songs of nature. Hamuram.
I'm not sure what this gibberish language is.
Svala. She gives praises and she is greeted.
For your hearing.
Also, the Valka here and her mother Svala are the most Icelandic.
Great Freya, I give you thanks for your gift of Saber.
She gives thanks and she is blessed.
Actually, the most Icelandic.
It has been some time.
Also,
what brings you so far to
great problems with literally all of
I
this.
have come for your advice on a private matter. Come.
Firstly,
Is your mother
wear clothing, please.
Her mind is a jumble.
You do not need to have the cut of your dress go down to your navel.
I fear her final winter has come.
That would be
but she
bad
has
and poor.
Now, let her speak to your needs. I have had a vision. A powerful vision.
Indeed.
It may have been my battle lust or a delirium caused by the cold.
Yes, also she just randomly has like aesthetic chainmail, which is a problem.
After 17 years, I saw my
It's all
father's
bad.
axe again.
Literally all of this is bad.
When I touched
And
it,
what's frustrating about this in particular is that
There was
we
a wolf
have a
howling
description
fierce.
from Eirik Saga Rauða, the saga of Eirik the Red,
Greybeard in the cloak.
that describes
Single eye.
a
He bid me follow him.
describes a Cirrus,
One.
Spákona or Lítilfölva,
Perhaps he means to speak with you.
in Greenland,
Deliver
who
a
is an
message.
old lady
Only
dressed
through
for
Satan
warmth in a
you
rich
see
blue mantle
clearly.
with ermine fur gloves.
Unravel the threads that sit tangled upon your mind. This will not take long.
So, you know, it is
Have you used this sort of magic before? I have no fear. It was not my satyr that made her like this. Her condition inspired the elixir. Did it help her? For a time, it opened her up to visions.
Also,
strange,
yo,
unreadable things.
so
Then she returned
Valka is
to
pretty
her
new at this
current
job, which is not at all concerning. But yeah, now we take drugs, and a lot of this depiction of Seidr, and of this facet of Norse religious practice is clearly looking like a kind of random, vaguely animistic, vaguely shamanic practice with actually no regard for, you know, historical evidence. While it is entirely possible that there is something to help induce some sort of vision state and connection to the world of spirits
I saw nothing, Volker.
through
Felt
ritual.
nothing.
But what on earth is... There's a lot of overtones of like vague animism that's not super great. Because rituals don't require drugs to do rituals and require ritual states. Religious studies practice over and over and over again indicate that, yeah, no, you can just, through being in a ritual space, performing ritual actions, ritual performances, no drugs need to be involved in order to have visions or induce some kind of altered state of consciousness. Assuming that is the case and that they are making elixirs using shamanic alchemy is a great issue. Because even though it is, you know, quite literally effective and quite literally correct and true, in that we are actually seeing Odin, and he is actually influencing the world, and this is going to actually predict one of the main plots of the game, the way they are doing that is super yikes. Also, shoutouts to the Animus glitching out when it switched out Sigurd with Odin.
What is this?
As Odin kind of just waddles over. And here we see the Northnir. In a very kind of Greek style of doing weaving. And also tree branch crowns? Question mark? Wicker man? Is this the Wicker man? I have no idea where this depiction of the Northnir is coming from. Also, they're speaking in gibberish instead of, you know, Norse. Okay, she's just humming. The subtitles deceived me. Exactly. Yeah. Something we're going to see a lot is that all over the place here there's Fly Igaric as a world event where you can just take drugs and it will do stuff, and then Eivor will pick up some pithy wisdom. Yeah, not... Realistically, all that would do would give you an upset stomach, which this game does acknowledge. that it does make things go very badly for your digestive system. But yeah. Nice job, Wolf. Apparently, the Skyrim horses are better at rock climbing than you are. Oh yeah, the Wickermen do show up later. We will have lots of them. But at the same time, yeah, I have no idea where that Nornir comes from. That depiction of the Nornir comes from. It is very just fake. The Nornir just are extremely powerful, but they just live in Ausgarder, near Yggdrasil.
What is this?
And they exist.
There was no other way, Javi.
I don't know who Javi is. Indeed, he is now suspiciously looking like Tyr, who is distinctly one-handed.
Sigurd! What is it? What has happened? This was not for you, Javi.
Oh yeah, also, everyone wave hi to Fenrir.
Steady, Eivor. It is Valka. I am here.
It's big doggo. It's good doggo, but it's big.
God, I thought What was that?
Tell me everything.
No.
I was on a mountain, in a violent blizzard, climbing toward the summit, following a wolf.
Yeah, Elsie Nielsen, really thanks for this kind of comparative perspective, because that's also true in Norse context. So, talking about the Indo-Iranian Soma or Helma
I saw Odin
production, the ritual preparing them, singing praises to the deified form, etc., was as important, or in a sense more important, than the actual content of the concoction.
Your life, your
which
path,
is absolutely true in the Norse context as well. The whole premise of ritual is really, really important. All across the
beckoning me to follow.
You are the wolf-kissed, fated to carry its mark.
So it is
in this case,
not just go up to the hut on the outskirts of society and drink the thing in the cave and you shall be revealed. It is a really big, elaborate ritual that would occur inside the hall. Eirik Saareide describes the same thing, where there's been disease circulating through the settlement and a really long, harsh winter. And so, part of the summoning spirits to talk to them is through the singing of a certain song. So, through Galdur, as well as votive offerings, sacrifice of an animal.
Yes.
Accompanying that song to help attract the spirits. Similarly, Ibn Fadlan, in part of the funerary rites he describes, mentions the being ritualistically lifted over a symbolic doorframe as a way to access the spirit world.
Then I woke.
Both those cases, action in a public space surrounded by people, in a very performative sense, is what has power. Far more so than just taking a drug.
The missing arm, the trail of blood, the beast. You will betray your brother, Sigurd. That is the meaning of your vision.
That cannot be right.
That's plot twists. Come on. You cannot spoil the plot twist, Valka.
My brother, my family.
I know you can read the script, but...
have spoken, and this is their message.
No, this is wrong. Or you misunderstand. That cannot be right.
So, yes, and also yes. Were the Norns mentioned to be spinning, or is that an attribution from the Greek fates? Yes, they're explicitly mentioned to be spinning and weaving. Yes, it is also probably a derivation or a borrowing from Greek literature. Those two are not incompatible. And given that the main description of the Norn here doing that is from Snorri, who borrows other classical stuff left, right, and center. You know, pretty reasonable interpretation to link that together. But indeed, everyone yell at Snorri. As we think about like Northnir weaving, something else, another attestation of that is the Daraðarljóð, which is a poem from Njál Saga, dates which the saga is composed in the late 1200s, but at the 11th century Battle of Clontarf in Ireland, in Dublin, where Brian Boru is killed, supposedly in the Orkneys, a farmer sees this like storm riding overhead of Valkyrjur in the direction of Ireland, and from there is actually, you know, follows them to a hut in which he sees inside some women weaving, but using skulls as the weights for the loom and entrails as the thread. And as they are weaving, they are singing a song that is preserved under the name Daraðarljóð.
He's asleep on his watch. That would explain some things.
So, yo, that is definitely associations with fate and weaving, but again, yeah, that is from the 13th century. We have no real reason to assume that that is something other than a borrowing from Greek on its own internal evidence. It is potentially true that that is a very old, widespread association. It's also entirely plausible that it is not.
Is he walking in his sleep?
And indeed, we have a sleepwalker. With a longbow. Norwegian longbows aren't a thing. Well, longbows are used in this period. In some places. In more than just Wales. Norway is not one of them.
Must not fall asleep. Need to see them coming.
Oh yeah. There are a lot of extremely weird inaccuracies. Hello?
Ivan, wake up!
Oh yeah, by the way. Turns out, if you hit obsidian with an axe, you get iron from it.
Is he going?
I've got nothing.
Windy. Storm coming. What?
Well, we should probably follow him. It sounds like he woke up. We go ziplining.
Ivan, calm down. You were asleep.
No! I was flying through the air.
In your sleep. A harsh awakening, true. But at least you live. Have you always taken these dream walks?
Since my posting here. When I am in bed, I worry about ways we could be attacked. When I'm on watch, I cannot stay awake.
Only a fool stays awake all night worrying. You're tired when you get up and the problem is still not solved.
You
Indeed.
speak with the wisdom of Odin.
Tell that to my insomnia.
I will think on these words when I am in bed.
Consider them on your watch and sleep when in your bed. But now, report back before you're labeled a deserter. Go.
Indeed. Well, we are not far away from the viewpoint, so let's go up here to the viewpoint and... Yo, AC, definitely go sleep. Yep, Eivor just said the thing and it cured insomnia. Maybe, possibly. We will see. And once again, remember, this is how mining works. You just find the nearest chunk of obsidian? Question mark? I don't know where we're getting obsidian from, by the way. A puffin! Puffin! Yes, thank you. Thank you for going walk. But yes, non-volcanic Norway, go forth and find obsidian and whack it and you get iron. Totally how mining works. Can confirm, is totally valid. Yes it did. You are correct, Niram. that Puffin was dressed up like it is summer and it is mating season. Also, yes, Puffins are migratory. Puffins do migrate. And if there's this much snow on the ground, the Puffins have gone the hell away. Oh, of course, Neil Elsie. How could I have guessed otherwise? And yes, the Great Ox are still around. Oh, come on. They don't give me any way to get down from this mountain. I just have to, like, climb down like a fool. Nay, go down, please. Please go down. Ow, that's gonna hurt. That hurt less than I expected. Quality fall damage. I'm glad that it exists. And that we are definitely not indestructible. So here is kind of a problem. Let's head over here, actually. I won't beat him, because that is not realistically viable, but we shall ride over there anyway. Also, good horse. We are not strong enough to beat him. He would absolutely thrash us. But we're gonna at least, you know, walk up and trigger the fight and then run the hell away. Because, yeah, no. But he is interesting, and that gives me an excuse to talk about Ragnar Lothbrok. So we will talk about him as we are chasing these ravens down and enter this cave. Let's see. If we run up here, and then slide through here, we are somewhere. Ah, yes. In this oddly suspiciously green, you know, ow, let's get out of the water before we freeze to death. You know, suspicious green flowers, and bees, and icicles. Now, I would say I'm not an expert, but I am an expert, and I can confirm this is not how climate works. In any meaningful way, shape, or form. No, you cannot simultaneously be ice-encrusted, frost-frozen things and have bumblebees around fresh flowers. No! No way, no how. I think there's an arrow. Yeah, I can shatter that. Anyway, there's a guy I need to talk to. And then there's a guy I need to run away from very fast.
If you come looking for bears.
Indeed.
There are none living here.
Very fake sounding name there, by the way. Loyal Skull.
But I have a better proposition than a rousing hunt. If you are a true Drengr, a warrior with honor running like sunlight in your veins.
Uh-huh.
Then you may help me fulfill my destiny.
Yeah, no.
You're
I'm not gonna
way
fight you.
from any warm hearth, warrior. Is this where you call home?
So by the way,
Eric Loyalskull.
he seems to be
Great
wearing
Ragnar Lothbrok named me such. When we fought tearing up the fields of England.
textile armor? Wooden armor?
Sailed mountains.
What armor is this?
Fought for whole seasons. Now
I have
he's gone.
Actually no idea what armor this is. Oh, by the way, his cloak is correct, except then they added a skin over the top of it for no reason. That cloak is fine.
6 who remain. His most loyal Drengir. Yet without his guiding light, his strength and vision.
Yeah, it's hard to see.
We are lost.
It looks either extremely rusted scale, or like it is like
we were young, hunting
arm guards and a gorget.
Killed it with nothing but a knife.
Wood.
Leapt on its back, held tight, writhing.
Also uses a hammer.
A dragon, he stayed put, and it was done.
And has like so many knives and so many belts. Not as many belts as we have, but so many belts. All right, see you, Niram. And thank you, Mr. Taco Cat, for the follow.
Pit of snakes, but I can make amends. Fight me, warrior. Send me to meet him in Odin's Hall.
Nope.
I must wait for the ideal time to fight such a warrior of your class, Drenge. Have patience.
I will wait.
So, this guy is one of the, quote, 12 Drengir of Ragnar Lothbrok. Ragnar Lothbrok, according to his saga, it does seem to be, given all the people he has killed. And then not buried. You know, dude, you're kind of a jerk, actually. After you kill people, it's usually good form to bury them, instead of leaving them out as the dishonorable dead. Again, I'm not sure what the point of this is, but hi bees. Oh god, yeah, the cave probably smells awful. Okay. Anyway, according to Ragnar Saga Lodbrokar and the slightly earlier Thauter of Ragnarsson, so the short saga of the Ragnarsons, Ragnar Lothbrok is the son of Sigurður Ring, the legendary king of Denmark, and he gets his name, or he goes forth and accomplishes very many great deeds and becomes one of the most renowned kings, ruling over Norway and Denmark and Sweden, and then gets jealous of his sons and makes the bad decision to go to England with 2 boats, gets captured by King Alla of Northumbria, and is thrown in a pit of snakes to die. He's also married to the daughter of Sigurður Faustusbani and the Valkyrie Brynhildur Áslaug, and their sons are Ivar Bainlacy, who we will meet, Hvítserkur, who we will not meet, Sigurður Ormur Ilaya, who we will not meet, and Björn Járnsíða, Björn Ironsides, who I don't know if we meet. Probably not. Yeah, Leander, it would be more metal if he wasn't just ripping off Gunnar. If he wasn't just ripping off Gunnar Gylfason from the prequel Volsunga Saga. Which, yeah, by the way, Volsunga Saga and Ragnar Saga should be conceived of as a pair. They occur one after the other in the manuscript, and are clearly conceived of as being kind of related to each other, including borrowing tropes. But yeah, we got the problems though. Alla was only king of Northumbria for like a few months because there was a succession crisis, which the Great Viking Army attacked in the middle of. And attacked the city of Jorvik, which the Thautar of Ragnarsson claims Ivar founded after attacking it, lose the fight, then the victorious Northumbrians rush out of the city walls, the Vikings turn around and kill them all, and happen to kill both Alla and the other contender to the throne. I believe his name was like Oswald? Osbert? Something. So yeah, that's kind of just an oof. And it is just, it's not great that they are doing that. And they're just, and that they are just accepting the saga narrative, because unfortunately, Ragnar Lothbrok did not exist. There is potentially a few people that might be a historical Ragnar. There's a Reginherus, which is a Latinization probably of Ragnar, related to Horik I of Denmark, who sacks Paris in 845, But the Ragnar Saga Lodbrokar never mentions Ragnar going to Paris. There's a Ragnell in the Irish annals who is probably cognate to Ragnar once you do Irish translations. But he's only mentioned as the father of Ivar. We know nothing else about him. And of Halfdanr. And there's a Lodparcus, or Lodbrok, in Adam of Bremen's Gesta Hammerbergensis. Once again, though, exclusively is mentioned as Ivar's father. We know nothing else about him. And so any historical precedent there may be looks nothing like Ragnar Lothbrok as we imagine him. And the man Ragnar Lothbrok should be understood to be fictional. Doing otherwise is, I think, doing bad history. So not sure why we have a cave here with just, like, stuff in it. Exactly. Norse King Arthur is probably a really good comparison point. They do kind of share a lot of similarities, except the whole, you know, only temporarily being dead thing. Ragnar is super duper dead. Another important reason to be, like, skeptical of, like, Ragnar Lothbrok dies in the Pit of Snakes in England. Regenherus dies of plague. Shortly after the sacking of Paris, he goes back to Denmark, and a wave of plague comes through, and he dies. Whoops. Not exactly the most,
He is still with the emissary from the north. I would wait a while longer.
Understood.
Not exactly the most impressive end for our great Viking hero. So, position, kind of, maybe, possibly, unclear, depends on how far you trust Asser's Life of Alfred the Great. As whether you want to take Asser as, kind of evidence, because he also mentions Ivar being related to some kind of guy that is vaguely sort of Lothbrok-y. But if you accept that, that suggests that in the 9th century they are still referring to, or that they are kind of referring to themselves as being Ragnarsons, whatever that means. And they may actually be, at least Ivar and Halfdanr, may actually be brothers. Ubba, less clear. He's not assigned to be in the same family until Saxo Grammaticus. But there is certainly a lot of potential for that. But by the 11th century, it seems to be clear this association seems to exist, and by the time Islandinga Bok gets written down in the 12th century, and Landnama Bok is created around the same time, Ivar, being the son of Ragnar Lothbrok, seems to be, like, at least present in Icelandic consciousness. Possibly introduced out of Adam of Bremen, 60 years prior to Ari Frodi. But in general, it's extremely unclear as to whether or not they actually commented on it, or whether it's entirely assigned later.
Wolf-Kissed, welcome back.
Gunnar.
No, not how you pronounce that word. Gunnar. I hate it.
Thor. Is that your father's axe? I have not seen this
Gunnar
since, well, for some time. I forged this weapon long ago. Still looks good.
Oh, so that explains why it's way too big.
I think.
It has a blunted blade, but it swings well. Can you sharpen it?
I can give it a better edge and reinforce the handle. And as luck will have it, I have one ingot left for the job.
Are you sure?
The fates have willed it so.
Uh-huh.
But in future...
By the way, here we have the same trope of, you know, you can just kind of slap an extra bit of metal on one of these guys. You can just slap some metal on it. And it doesn't fundamentally change the thing. It, like, adds a new kind of paint to it, changes the look a little bit, but by and large changes nothing. And it totally makes that an upgrade. Totally how that works. Ta-da! See, definitely didn't have to reforge the whole thing. Yeah, it is peculiar. We cannot do this yet because we need nickel. For some reason, we need 3 nickel ingots in order to upgrade the bearded axe farther. Let's see what you offer. Because we can upgrade anything as long as we got stuff. We can upgrade our shield. Let's upgrade our shield. It's fine. Ta-da! Now it is a little bit better, a little bit shinier. Has been repainted. I don't know why we needed a metal ingot or 3 metal ingots to replace the wood of the shield.
Do you need anything else?
But we just roll with it. No, I don't need anything else.
That is all for now.
Return any time.
By the way, the confusion gets even... the confusion goes even deeper. Because upgrading the quality of our gear, like we did with these, doesn't actually improve their stats. In order to improve our stats, we have to use our random like bits of leather and iron ore in order to do that. I don't have enough things for that. We will, however, upgrade the bow. And then if we can upgrade that, we will upgrade that too. Ta-da! So, yo, we've got a bunch of weird stuff there. Hello.
Well,
let's speak to Alvis. Alvis gets his name from Alvis Maul, an Eddic poem from...
Eivor! The only mouth in Midgard from which I fear mockery.
You told me the art of writing poetry.
I don't think it's actually found in the Poetic Edda. I don't remember for sure. It's either laid in it or it's just another Eddic poem in which some kind of entity, unclear whether it's an Alver or a Dvergur, elf or dwarf, wants to ask the hand of Thor's daughter. And Thor challenges him to a series of questions about the cosmology of the world in order to prove his worthiness. He answers all the questions correctly, as you would expect with the name of All Wise. But
it's as much about sound as it is about time. So be careful in choosing the words that you say.
He talks for too long, the sun comes up, and he turns to stone.
I'll recall what you taught ere I enter the fray.
A fine answer. Perfect rhyme and a lovely cadence to match my line.
Yep, and apologies for all the frame drops from this. I really, I am trying to upgrade the size of the wire running into my room, so hopefully next week that part will be better.
Foolish and stupid and dull.
Then I'd tell you you've nothing inside of your skull.
So, it's flighting here is very much using modern...
Flighting about wit, you matched my meaning. When you think of too many perfect
very much trying to fit modern aesthetics of, like, rap battles, which is the usual comparison that is made.
Conquer the world with your wit. Go be clever, be quick, show your spirit and grit. I look eagerly forward to seeing how you fare.
I will flight you with flourish and best you with flair.
Perfect, yes. You could destroy me with such a line. Your flighting
is
astounding.
It just
You're
happens.
Worthy of praise. You swing a fine axe and you turn a good phrase.
Thank you, Elvis. I'll take the lesson to heart.
Spooky. Well then, what an absolute waste of time. Oh no, I should not jump into the fire. Eivor Pathfinds good sometimes. Anyway, we need to talk to a bunch of people apparently. Oh look, they all say speak to Randvi, speak to Randvi, speak to Randvi, speak to Randvi, speak to Randvi. I guess we're just supposed to do like all the activities. Yeah, fine. Let's do Warlock. Let's just do all the activities quick.
Rattling of luck bones.
Sit. The dice won't roll themselves.
We'll only do this probably once, because I have found actually no benefit to this.
Let us begin.
But that's okay. Here we go! Ordlog, as far as I know, like, this game is not attested. But the name Ordlog, basically means, fate, and is a really important concept with, understanding of kind of Norse everything. Oh, wow. He got a really terrible draw. Oh, well. Yep. So did I, though, so we'll just grab one of those and keep the rest of it. So yeah, oh no, he's gonna grab a couple of things off of that. Really? He's very bad at this game. That's okay. We'll play defensively. He has to take this whole roll. Oh. Dang. He owned me. He actually owned me on the third roll. Wild. Okay. Fair play. Sometimes the dice just be like that. But yeah, we know a few board games from the Viking Age. The most famous of which probably is Nepatop, or a kind of chess-like thing. We'll do that. I tend to like playing for the god powers. Not so much worrying about the rest of it. Let's see, is he gonna take that one? What a shock. Hey, good defensive lineup. Hopefully not as long as he doesn't... he still owned me. Boo. Look, I can actually play mine to do damage to him. God powers are super good. Let's see, I have 4 right now. 5, 6, 7, get 8, 9, 8, 7. I would fail. So we actually want to skip this turn and be okay. It is not... It seems, as far as I'm aware, to actually be, more or less an indigenous variation. So the goal is actually to... One player is white, one player is black. The white player starts in the center of the board, and the goal is to get the king piece out to the edge. Okay. He is very bad at this game. I'm just going to leave it there. Ow. That's gonna hurt. Ish. Yo, he's gonna just Villar's Might me and it's gonna hurt, so... Well, let's see, we're at 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 12. Yep, so he hits me for 4, I hit him for a lot more. So I actually don't know if it's imported from the Abbasids. I think it's older. So it may actually be derived partly from Roman games. But anyway, it is very much trying to have one player get to the outside, one player get to the...
How did you do that?
Try and stop them by surrounding pieces in order to take them. Hey, guess what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't even need anything else. He has to go full defensive or else he just kind of loses. Yeah, he's unlikely to win, because he just blocked only one. Yeah. Once we get a perfect, like, defensive roll. Ah! Grr, he actually did get it. Frustrating. He has 1 life left. Yo, I don't off the top of my head know the exact origins of it, but it is extremely popular in the Viking Age and into the later Middle Ages. So is partially used. Really? That was flat. Why did you do that to me? Oh well. As long as I don't totally botch this, I should be able to out-damage him this time. Ah, boo. Grr, boo hiss. I can God Favor, though. It's good enough. But yeah, it's a super cool game. Highly do recommend if you can find the rules. I think you can find rule sets to it online. But yeah, and we know that like the Vikings did dice games of some kind. So making up the rules of the game kind of
the gods favored your hand today.
Is totally fine.
That is enough.
But this particular game is kind of taking the name of fate, of kind of the doom that every person has, and then making it into a game of chance, which is neat.
Trading a needle for an arrow, I see.
Eivor, can you teach me the art of archery?
Sure.
I'll be happy to. See how I'm standing? Plant your feet in the ground, no wider than your shoulders. Breathe in as you draw the arrow back.
Kaboom.
Look at the point you want to hit, and now imagine the arrow passing straight through it and far beyond.
Interesting.
Breathe out, then release.
Oh, did I not hit enough targets yet? Fine. Let us kill you.
Thank you, Eivor. Now I have
Awesome.
something for you.
Cool. Yes.
See?
Right.
All in the eye.
Thank you, Eivor. As a gift, I could design a new
Okay,
tattoo.
a new tattoo. Right, because she is our tattoo artist.
A kind offer. I want this scar visible.
Oh, I did not mean to offend. In any case, I do have a tattoo.
So speaking of which, I believe, Leander, you pay points to in order for us to speak about tattoo it, or in order for inflict tattoos upon me. So you will get to choose. Be ready, because you get to choose which. If I have a stupid face tattoo to give, I will equip the stupid face tattoo. Vamos. Aufräumen. Way out to the tattoo shop. In my main, kind of my ongoing personal playthrough to help get ready for this, I did not even build the tattoo shop in...
Sven, have you designed any new tattoos?
A few worth looking at.
Tove says she's trying out some new tattoos.
She is, and she's getting better at
Wait
it.
a minute. Wait a minute.
Go ahead.
So... we have several here. Nice eyeshadow. So our current one is the Ravenwatch here. We can get either eyeshadow or both. Or we can get this one, which is supposedly supposed to be Jörmungandr, but I see absolutely no relationship to... oh. I guess kind of sort of there's a snakehead in there? I don't know. Or a hell sign. Which I think this is... is this just like Easter egging Hellblade? I have no idea what this sort of lip tattoo would be. Leander, which one do you want? You can have any of these because you paid points for it. Awesome. Then let's go with the Jörmungandr one. Let's see if there's anything else worth doing. Classic hair. We can go shaved head. We can go classic hair in different color. If we really want to look like Aloy, we can do that. Dark brown, is that? That looks pretty much black to me, game, but okay. Well. We can... let's go maximum Aloy for right now. And then we have some other stupid ones. Oh, wow. Yeah, those are rough. Those are all very rough. Good thing we will literally never see this.
Is there something else?
Where do we
See you
go?
later, Sven.
Sure.
You'd think that we could make it at all any other way. But yeah, apparently we can only do like black ink, which makes me wonder, you know, what are they actually using and how unhealthy for us is it to be injecting presumably an iron-based ink into our skin?
Hey, can you point me to some good hunting grounds?
I could, but I don't want every iron foot with a bow scaring
Wait,
away the game.
you know who I am.
Bring me 3 deer antlers to prove your skills, and I might just have a story for you.
A worthy challenge. I'll see you soon.
Frustratingly, that is not a quest that actually matters, and so we will ignore it. But because it is frustrating that, you know, it is essentially relying on random chance to actually identify anything. Oh, right, the last one. Let us get drunk.
Hey,
Tekla is our
what is brewing?
It would be really funny, Elsie Nielsen.
Think you can handle a few rounds?
Sure, let us match ones. Drinking challenges. Drinking contests are absolutely a thing, but I don't know that this is what they would look like. Also, yeah, they're saying, well, cheers, 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 cheers. Paul the Deacon suggests that skull is related to a word for bull, which is derived from the word for skull, essentially the cognate of the word skull, in his history of the Longobards. And we just drink progressively faster, just chug as fast as we can.
Staggering already.
And get so drunk that we can and will fall over. In something like Örvar Oddsaga, wow, we went the whole thing ahead. Tekla, you look very mad about that.
Odin, mead is my lifeblood.
That was well drunk.
Well
done. Well drunk, done.
Yes, indeed. And now, of course, being drunk in a video game are, everything tips sideways and looks really disconcerting and awful. Huzzah! Frustrating. Anyway. A drinking contest in something like Örvar Oddsaga would actually be interspersed with poetry, and so the drinking contest and the Senna actually interlink and serve a similar social purpose. We see kind of the same thing in Beowulf, where there is the offering of the horn around, and then in the celebrations after killing Grendel, there is also celebrations there involving drinking and racing and sports, and they are all the same kind of way of proving manliness. In the Prose Edda, of course, the tale of Thor and Utgarda Loki does the same thing, with a race and an eating contest and a drinking contest and wrestling all being acceptable challenges to serve the same social purpose.
I will take this proposal to my nephew. I believe he
anyway, this guy is an actual, like, historical person. Unlike Styrbjörn, Guðrun the Wise is actually attested to be Haraldur Harfagri's uncle and one of his closest advisors. Generally a cool, wise dude. He is, however, wearing lots of scale mail.
Come forward and explain in plain words why you have willfully disobeyed my commands. Do you mock me?
It is something in older scholarship that said scale mail, yeah, probably existed in the time period in Scandinavia, or at least in Carolingian France.
You know nothing
However,
of my judgment. You know nothing of my plans and strategies.
That is not how that works.
But he would obey me. He knows his place.
Not as well as he knows his father.
We have no archaeological evidence of it, and we have approximately 3 things that might, if you squint, be textual evidence of it. And so recent scholarship has actually moved away from the idea that there is widespread scale mail in either Carolingian France or in Scandinavia. Instead, we're looking pretty exclusively at chainmail. If there is scale mail, it is imported from Constantinople. Either as the Varangians, or just straight up imported along the trade routes that existed from Sweden through the Baltic all the way to Constantinople, Miklagarður.
So much in plain sight, Eivor. Day and night I toil to forge ties with clans to the north. Very soon you will see the fruits of my efforts. Only then will you understand.
Is that all?
Anyway, is the stream looking okay for any of you guys?
I'm at a loss with you, Eivor. When I took you in as my own, never did I imagine such disrespect from the child of Varin.
Yeah, well, you accepted my ring as your...
Just and loyal to me, he died bravely so that we might live.
He died a coward, Lord. A fate I will not mirror.
Why do you carry such a useless burden? Let it go.
He accepted our ring, and therefore he was obligated to actually rear us. He probably would have reared us anyway.
Until it's wiped clean,
so,
I want nothing else.
What likely would have happened if Varin had lived is that we would have been fostered with Styrbjorn or with one of his underlings.
If there is something that can chase
yeah, the arrival of our brother. Sigurd is here.
Sigurd has come.
But yo, it's extremely culturally common that for several years there would have been fosterage going on. Yes, indeed. I will in fact need to progress the game. Oh hey, look at that. Oh hey, look at that. Oh boy. Oh boy. Look at all of this. Look at all of this bonus gear that I have for doing stuff. And for having spent real money on, or, well, real fake money on things. We just got a whole lot of gear. Oh yeah, Lopnash, didn't you know, Eivor is actually the reason why Beowulf exists. We'll find that as soon as we get into England. Leander, that would be because it will involve drugs. We will talk about that when we do that quest. It may be a while because it's in East Anglia, and I don't necessarily want to run all the way over to East Anglia to do the mission in order to go back and do the 2 other places I need to do before I can do East Anglia. You know, so it may be a while before we get to either of those, but I promise you, we will get to those. Anyway, so we go from this kind of crappy looking hood, or cloak, to this thing. Let's go. I don't like the pauldron, cause it's pretty yikes. Way too much metal for this time period. I'm not aware of any attestations or something like that. But this giant cross brooch I love, even though it's absurd. And the big red and gold cloak is excellent. It's not quite that bad, but it does involve using Nightshade? Yeah, we have to pick up Nightshade for the quest. So anyway, we have the Thrall's Tunic, a shabby tunic usually given to slaves. The Ravenclan armor, which looks kind of absurd. I like the tunic. I like that it's actually 2 tunics. I like the decoration, the embroidery on the edge. As it upgrades, it gets even more blue, which is good. But I dislike the fact that it's otherwise, you know, entirely leather, and attempts to match Nomura's belt fetishization. Or, we have the Carolingian armor, which is a scale mail breastplate with a chainmail bonus, with then leather underneath. Not super duper accurate, as I just mentioned. Scholarship has actually just recently, in the last 10 or 15 years, moved away from the idea that that is actual scale mail being used in Carolingian France. Otherwise, though, this is ultimately trying to communicate opulence. But yeah, and the relative wealth of the Carolingian Empire. This belt buckle is actually a museum piece. While this bandolier is also ridiculous, overall, I really like this one. I also paid like money in their, well, kind of sort of money. I paid in-game currency known as opals, because apparently opals are a precious, like, have a whole trade network around them, to get this Huldufolk armor. Which I really, it's total fantasy nonsense, but I like the look of the fantasy nonsense except for the smoke effect coming off of it. That's just dumb. We also got a new shield. Let's take a look at it. A lovely, lovely Carolingian shield that looks like it is leather covered with another central boss. Also, Eivor, do you know how to hold a shield? I know they don't expect people to actually be looking at that, but like, do you know how handles work? We also got a Carolingian pike. This is another one that is actually totally legitimate, if a little bit opulent. Extremely high status, kind of gilded weapon as a sort of honorific piece, as much as it is a practical weapon. However, the winged style we have here is extremely stereotypically Carolingian. And so, yay, they actually did their research. Certainly far more than they did with this hammer. So we're just gonna roll with some of these for a bit. Also, the boots. Extremely nice boots. Riding boots. Maybe from slightly later, but also not implausible in the 9th century in Carolingian France. So, you know, we roll with that. Same deal with the bracers. Hardened leather, it looks like, which is, again, plausible, but not ideal, but that's okay. And then, the helmet. The helmet is actually reasonable. It is as likely that it'd have a crest as they would this kind of tuft. But, you know, overall, like, that actually doesn't raise any alarm bells on the anachronism things. So, you know, the Twitch Prime bonus offer thing is actually pretty great. I don't know, has anyone donated to inflict on me double shields? We can do double shields. Yup, double shield time. Double shield time. I see the donation. It's double shield time. We've got our Ravenclan shield right there, and our Carolingian shield right there. And we just wear 2 shields. Hell yeah. So, yeah, I do like that it's not a pike, it's a winged spear, but I do like it anyway. It is time. Remember, you guys can redeem channel points. 1200 points gets you to change any one piece of cosmetic or armor to whatever you like. And if that means making me do this every day, this is my life now. Additionally, the Carolingian armor that I'm using is a reward if you have Twitch Prime. It is an in-game reward as kind of a free DLC from Twitch Prime, partnership with Amazon. Twitch Prime also has the fun benefit as if you have linked your Amazon and your Twitch account, since they are the same company, you get 1 free subscription every month. If you have enjoyed this so far and want to help support the channel more, do consider throwing that my way. It all goes straight back into the channel to hopefully eventually, you know, improve my internet so it is less choppy. And gives me ability to do more research, buy more games, you know, do something like buy a PS5 so I can play Demon's Souls. If you want to see that, consider subscribing to help make that happen.
Hey, careful with that one.
Now I gotta meet our brother Sigurd.
Eivor!
The voice actor for Sigurd is actually Icelandic.
Ah, look at you, blood-soaked drinker. What have you been worrying without me?
Ah, and you, Solkjord Vikinger. I smell the stink of a dozen kingdoms in your beard.
It's just the start. Randvi, my dear wife, your husband returns, bringing gifts and riches to share.
And new friends, I see.
Yes, Basim.
And now we get to meet our assassins. You know, this is an Assassin's Creed game.
We are grateful to Sigurd for his invitation and eager to pay tribute to your king.
My brother is always very careful with the company he keeps. If you're standing safely beside him, he must like you.
Eivor, save the introductions until our bellies are full.
Basim is amazing. Hytham is worthily sus, and then turns out to be cool.
This morning we traded with a ship passing south. They told us Eivor the Wolf-Kissed was captured.
By the way, Sigurd.
Man.
Oh, thank you so much, Elsie Nielsen, for the subscription.
I killed my captors and recovered my crew. For that, your father scolded
Anyway,
me.
Sigurd has a great sword.
You know where I stand, brother. Nothing short of war will dislodge Kjotve from our lands. But he disagrees.
Oh, they are almost certainly not great.
Father thinks too much and acts too little. Today that changes. I promise you. By the winter's end, the name Kjotve the
It's ridiculous.
will be a curse on the lips of a drunken fool.
The meta plot, you know, the entire meta plot of Assassin's Creed is a problem. Because, oh boy, we talked about this in the AC1 streams, summed it up in the finale, which is uploaded to YouTube, or is viewable here on Twitch in the VOD archive.
The tables are laid with barley and lamb, bread and mead.
And no more, I beg you.
Uh-huh.
I want nothing
So,
you would not serve a thrall.
we-
Let me be the one to honor you. I bring gifts and tales from
Ultimately, it is trying to force all of history into universal clash of civilizations out of, you know, what is originally two fairly extreme religious groups, the Hashashin, a Nizari Ismaili group, and the Order of the Temple, a fairly extreme militant holy order of Christianity, also an extremely wealthy holy order of Christianity. And cramming it, in the first game, it almost works specifically in this, in the first game, specifically because they said in the Third Crusade. It doesn't actually work, but it almost works. The fun thought experiment is, what if Assassin's Creed 1 was set in the 1240s, when the Mongols are arriving?
Riches as vibrant as the Bifrost itself. And these we took for our troubles, of course. We sailed
the Hashashin were a huge deal politically. I mean, even Salah ad-Din ended up allying with them instead of crushing them at Masyaf because he couldn't. But they do originally form as a sort of, really, as a Shia splinter group against the Seljuks, when Hassan ibn Sabbah inspires the Syrians to revolt. So, like, they are a huge deal, but imagine if they're set in the waning twilight of both the Templars and the Hashashin, when the Mongols are the main political entity of relevance. The entire ideology of the game changes, and the whole, like, narrative that their universal explanation and like franchise alt history comes from stops working. It's really weird.
The reputation of this clan to new heights, Lord. We could not have asked for a more joyous return.
Oh,
and thank you, Vela, so much for the subscription as well. I appreciate it a lot.
Last 2 winters here in Fornburg, defending our lands, we might have been rid of Kjotve by now.
You always said we needed more
hey,
warriors
this is
to
a
fight
fun
Kjotve.
thing.
And for warriors, we need wealth,
So,
which Sigurd has brought us.
This is parroting.
Will not buy us an army. It only buys us time.
This is parroting a debate had according to
Have you no plan of your own to rid this land of our enemy?
Sigurd Saga Jörsalafara in Heimskringla.
But it will fall to you and
written by Snorri Sturluson, A History of the Kings of Norway. Sigurd Jörsalafari literally means
You have my axe until the end.
Sigurd, yeah, we shall see about that. Is literally called Sigurd the Jerusalem Farer. He went on a mini crusade between the First and Second Crusades, which ultimately is a form of just pilgrimage to Constantinople to the Kingdom of Jerusalem, supposedly is gifted a piece of the True Cross and then donates it to the Byzantine Emperor in Constantinople and then sails home. When he comes home, his brother Eyvindur gets in a big fight with him because Eyvindur has been managing rule of Norway for the entire time and is saying a king's responsibility is to be in there resolving disputes and protecting the land and its people. Well, Sigurður, of course, being Christian, solidly Christian, is like, no, I'm saving their souls. That's equally important. And they get into a huge fight over it, and this kind of marks the end of the peaceful Norwegian co-rulership. Because after they die, things go to absolute shit.
I did, and it is not something I can speak
We
on.
are... Peter, I am dual-wielding shields because I have been donated. Using channel points, you can change my gear. If you really don't want me to dual-wield shields, donate channel points to change my gear back.
Are you not happy to see your husband return?
Of course. But it has been so long, he seems a stranger to me. 3 winters we are married, and he has been away.
Ugh.
Can you not rekindle the flame that once
I didn't
burned
remember
hot?
that. Vlad the Impaler is a Templar? What the absolute... What?
It will be with farts,
Huh?
honeyed breath. Ah, we should all be so lucky.
That? I despise that, as it turns out. Vlad the Impaler is a Templar, and the Ottomans are assassins. I am confused. Anyway, Dag and Gunnar, Dagr and Gunnar appear to be fighting. And we can talk to our new friends. Hello, friends. Look at that extremely stylized scimitar. You know, I would say probably stylized to the point of absurdity, but I am certainly not an expert on Near Eastern medieval weaponry. It almost looks like a Christian illuminated manuscripts version of a scimitar.
I am. I hope this ruckus does not overwhelm you. We tend to drink and talk at equal speed.
Not at all. The wood smoke from your fire
Yes, it does.
sting the eyes.
Everyone has pink eye.
The warmth is welcome.
Of course. It must be rather warm where you live.
Where I live changes from week to week. But always I am with my mentor, Basim.
Your mentor? For what cause?
A noble one. A cause as true as the world
Sure.
is old. But let us leave it at that for now.
He seems to have actually understood the
If you want
fashion
to stay
sense of an
tight-lipped
assassin.
for the rest of the night, keep clear of Tekla's meat.
Ah, thank you for the warning. It will not be a problem.
Because he doesn't drink. Of course, it would not be a problem.
You're Basim,
You have a good memory.
and you have no mead. Can I fix that?
Sigurd spoke often of you on our journey. Called you
Indeed.
his right arm, a celebrated warrior.
An
I am
absolutely
honored to meet you.
extremely sexy accent.
And
right
how
there.
did you come to meet my brother?
He sat down in Constantinople some
But
months
yes,
ago to rest. at
these
the
guys are
supply
probably
depot.
not originally from Constantinople. I would assume that they are from
Men
the Levant.
with eyes
You know,
that
they
gleam
are
like
a
his,
heartland of
but
the
always up to something.
Hashashin, although we are
I think
quite...
you wish to raid the Hajj of Sophia.
That sounds right.
I will not bore you with the details of our meeting, but I liked your brother from the first.
Even though the
I saw
Hashashin don't
something
exist
in
yet,
you
they are not founded for a while, another couple centuries. Their central homeland is in the Levant, pressing into modern
He has
Iraq
that effect on
and
people.
Kurdistan.
Enjoy your evening, Basim.
So I would assume that they came from there to Constantinople themselves and are not actually Greek. I have not, in my knowledge, actually learned where they are from yet, Raptoris. I didn't. As far as where I am in the game, they haven't actually officially said. But they're supposedly, I don't know. It's how they're shoehorning assassins in to get them from, you know, the Levant, the Mediterranean, to Scandinavia.
I thought long and hard on a gift worthy of you.
Anyway, Sigurður is going to give
Snared
us
my curiosity,
give us a
brother.
gift.
What is it?
Not yet. Drinks first. To my first night in Fornburg in over 2 winters. It must end with me soaked
Yep,
and wall-eyed,
and you know, the
shouting
reputation
at
of the
shadows
Vikings
of
is, you know,
trolls.
feast extremely hard.
Sail with you on these honey waves.
Yes, you are stuck with me, Dringur. Now drink.
Wow. We are better at drinking than Sigurd is.
Forgive me. On your first day back, I should have let you win.
Gods, you should have let me start.
Alright, see you, Lopnash. Sadly, it happened into a very plot-heavy section.
Yes.
I did do the drinking
I
game, yes.
missed this terribly. When I first met Basim, I regaled him with tales of our homeland.
By the way, the interior of this longhouse is kind of wild. Once again, you know, like every longhouse looks the same with these chandeliers. But the carvings inside, as far as I know, are not actually attested. Like these big animal head carvings jutting out are not actually attested. There are pillars, and the pillars would be decorated with carved interlace like we can see by the torch there.
They are a clan.
And would also be decorated with little pieces of gold foil. These little gold foils sometimes have mythological scenes on them, and they'll be put up on both the high seat pillars or carved statues, pillar-shaped statues that would flank a throne or the high seat of a hall, and put within the regular support posts of the whole thing, of full hall. Anyway, we have a hidden blade now.
Beautiful.
For some reason, this incredibly highly decorated hidden blade is intended to be worn on the inside of the wrist.
Then a tool, one we have used for centuries.
It is confusing. I continue to be confused.
Mentor, I must protest. This is deeply unorthodox. Our wrist blade is a sacred
Do
tool.
not make a fetish out of cold metal, Haitham. What
Indeed.
matters is the mind of the one who wields it. Please.
Anti-materialism, as we are, you know, extremely decorated,
on the underside of your arm. To conceal
but
it from it.
concealed.
I have no wish to hide this, and I would rather not make the same mistake you two have.
Indeed. Remember, that is tradition of just random stupidity.
This is no mistake. This is a voluntary sacrifice to prove our devotion to...
A good start, Eivor. But you must learn how to use
Hypum is a little bit too passionate.
Outside. This is not something for all eyes.
But it's implied here that Sigurd actually also knows how to use it, which is probably worrying. I'm sure there's nothing bad that'll happen when we do that. Anyway, yeah, I wanted to look at these guys, because yeah, these are kind of absurd, I'll be honest. Is there not money up here? Oh, there's usually money up there. Shame. Oh. Oh, wait. Oh, huh. Oh, huh. Elephant or mastodon? Right, while prehistoric mastodons did exist in Scandinavia, that is no. Just no. There is actually one story that has been interpreted as...
is a vow to never reveal too much to outsiders. In time, you may learn more, but not here, where the walls and trees
anyway, has been interpreted as a mastodon fossil being used. Comes to us from Norna Gästbauter,
as you near your target, find your window to strike.
where
Timing is essential. Excellent.
I have not seen a blade so
sharp.
The hero Sigurd meets
before you strike.
with the
A decent attempt.
the hero Sigurd meets with the hero Starkadr, who is supposedly part Jotun potentially, or descended from part Jotuns.
That's it.
And they get into a fight, and Starkadr gets absolutely trounced.
Leap down upon that target from above.
And knocks out one of his molars. And later, some Christian priests find the skull, or find the molar where it's been knocked out, and use it. It's so large that they use it as a weight for the bell rope of the abbey. It has been interpreted that that might actually be, you know, a mastodon skull or a mastodon tooth, that to be something that large, to be meaningful. However,
Mentor, does Eivor intend to join us?
Not that I am aware.
Then why offer her the blade? Surely we have more.
Hide them. Hush. Exactly, just like that.
so,
You wield the blade well.
by and large,
Let us leave
there's
Eivor to
not a whole
enjoy
lot
her
of
gift
evidence
in
for,
peace.
you know, awareness
Come.
of, like, prehistoric fossils,
Eivor,
either human
let
artifacts
us
or
walk to the docks and take in the
prehistoric,
night air.
you know, or prehistoric anything, animal fossils. Not none, but also not a whole lot for it. So, like, anything that tries to say, oh, Ulfar elves are actually based on, you know, finding Neolithic flint arrowheads in Scandinavia, that's not true. That's not how that works. But there is some interpretations that, you know, maybe things like dragon scales in markets in medieval Europe would be based on fossilized scale bark from a specific species of tree. That's something that is an ongoing research project under investigation, but by and large, like, there's not really understanding of fossils, much less of the viewing that as a trophy to post up on a hall. So that's all weird.
Oh, I miss the smell of this land.
Have you returned for good? Or do you mean to join this Shadow Brotherhood?
Leave all that aside, Eivor.
That's
Tonight
an
we are
incredible
family
non-answer, Sigurd.
Here and now is what matters. Our kinship.
So anyway, we've talked a lot about the clan
Our
here.
glory.
I missed you, brother.
The Icelandic term here is
We have not had enough of both in recent months.
Ashtiti.
You flatter me, Wolf-Kissed. Keep it up.
But it would not and should not be seen
here
to
to Valhalla,
refer
I
to
will
some
always
sort
be
of
at
like
your side,
tribal affiliation. So like this game refers to it as like the Raven clan as our main thing. This is nonsense. As far as I can find, this is actually a weird bit of just random cross-cultural adoption from actually Ojibwe, where there are clans with animal motives and kind of patrons. This is not how it works in the Viking Age. A clan is a kin group, it's a family. The Niflungar, the Volsungar,
I'm with you.
the Sturlungar, Snorri Sturluson's family, are a clan. This is a network of kinship obligations through marriages, through fosterships, and through actual blood relation that is used as kind of your core set of retainers. People can be added into the clan through just borrowings, through being attracted, through gifts, through feasts, as kind of itinerant warriors, etc. But it is very much not the case.
You will betray Sigurd.
Weird thing I just noticed. So quickly finishing that thought, I don't like that they call it Raven Clan.
Shit. Shot-based warriors.
I super don't like that they call it Raven Clan. But they don't do this with a lot of other clans. They actually just kind of refer to them as, well, somebody's clan, like Kjotve's clan. It doesn't have a name, it just is Kjotve's clan. Anyway, we're going to shield. Well, actually, we're going to run up and we're going to
Would not have come alone.
shank this guy.
Find the others.
Hello.
What do you see, Sunan?
Yep, Sunan. Thank you. By the way, it's kind of weird to me that they're calling it Sunan. That seems to be using the reconstructed pronunciation. In modern Icelandic, it's Sinan. That's just a tree stump. Let us get up here. Over the top of them. Ta-da! Yes, thank you.
Just the three of us.
We should return to Notfall with our report, while we can.
We can bring Kjotve news of the longships.
Yep.
Or we can wake him with Sigurd Styrbjörnsson's head.
Okay.
Which is better?
All right. When Jot returns, we weigh our next move.
Sure.
But I am not one for sticking around, hear me?
Quit bawling, you babe.
Gee, do you not think it's weird that he didn't get a reply? Well, we don't even get to use this because they're extremely bad.
Sigurd must know about this.
Oh yeah, by the way, remember, literacy exists. Kjotve's instructions, written on a scrap of parchment. Ships, warrior supplies, no visits from yachts and other important people. Normally you cannot report back to him directly. Yeah, weird choice. Not really how that... parchment isn't used in this time period in Norway, and it's not exactly common in Scandinavia to have, or sorry, it's not exactly common in England to have very deep literacy where everyone knows how to write all the time. We see so much writing, and it makes no sense. Anyway, Sigurd is down by the docks, it looks like. Elsie Nielsen, I really want that. I wanted that all the way through AC1, where they almost managed to be like nuanced about Nizari philosophy, and then they made it postmodern, and that made me sad.
You will be king of nothing if you do not act.
We do not have the men to storm Kjotve's fortress. The losses would ruin us.
The losses have ruined us, father. Until we cut off this serpent's head.
I don't know why the assassins are happy to just kind of hang out and listen to this while the family fights. Also, yeah, we are just soaked in blood, absolutely soaked in blood, in this one cutscene and literally nowhere else.
I return the favor.
There, you see? This is what waiting brings. We must answer this insult.
They came from Notfall, that whaling village under Kjotve's control.
We hid him there. Burn it down before Kjotve learns his spies are dead.
He may have sent
Oh, interesting. Yeah, even in this very cutscene, they can't decide whether they want to use the ice. They want to call him Kjotve or Kjotve.
You can rely on him.
I mean, Kjotve would be the truly Icelandic, but it's a case where the fact that Sigurd's voice actor is Icelandic is bleeding through into how they're pronouncing things.
Valhalla like you, but this will be far from my first battle.
I do not like this, but I will not stop you.
They do kind of Raptors, that's hilarious. Sigurd, you look so mad all the time. Yeesh. Anyway.
Do not lead my son into the same storm that follows you.
Oh, he voluntarily joins us. Don't worry about it. Are we are still blood-soaked. Let's fix that. Okay, we are no longer blood-soaked, right? Right? Right. Well, let us go. For some reason, we are in charge of the boat, even though, you know, Sigurd outranks us by a lot. Anyway, and here we get to tutorialize our way through the...
Can't raise the sail yet.
This wind would warriors, Drengir. When I was away, far from these frozen shores, wondering if I should ever see home again, I grew afraid. Afraid I would not return in time to see Kjotve's end.
If you say so.
I would not see him bleed out like a stuck pig in a drift of snow. But here I am, home in time to join those I have missed, those I love. In this glorious fight, today we seize Notfall from Kjotve. Tonight his heart will pulse with worry. Tomorrow it will burst from fear. He will beseech the gods for aid, for they will be deaf to his cries. And soon the Raven Clan will feast on his dead.
That's a good high speech, gotta say.
You know these isles best, Wolf-Kissed. Lead us to victory.
I will show the way, but you must lead us there.
Oh, Eivor.
Indeed. Well, we at least know the Isles better than that ship. There's a lot of shipwrecks in this game. Even in England, where it's just like fairly randomly, longships will just kind of eat shit and sink in the middle of the rivers. it's kind of weird. But yes, Peter, the boat is actually overall quite good in terms of both design and everything. It is overall quite good. I don't love the sail. I don't think that's... Well, it's extremely opulent. They spent a whole lot of effort doing that, and, you know, have wound up totally neglecting all the work that must have gone into making that sail and getting the resources to dye it. It's possible, but it is a whole lot of effort to do that. Anyway, as we go here, where are our enemies? Come on, shields. Oh my god, shields are actually stupidly effective. Holy cow. I wasn't expecting shields to be this good. You know, I super wasn't. You guys may want to get out. Sigurd, you may want to move. That is going to explode. Oh crap. Sigurd is on fire. I repeat, Sigurd is on fire. And yeah, once again, remember our strategy of just kind of run at their face. Chaos Incarnate, who needs anything? What? Where did I light a fire from? Hey, get out of here. Get out of here. Okay, so dual shield is a little bit effective, turns out. There is money around here somewhere. Right there. Bah. Indeed. Come on, explode. Oh, wow, Basim. You just like owned that guy. Anyway, there's money in here if I know where to look. Looks suspiciously like a go in through the window. Go in through the window? Eivor. There we go. There's money. Wow. Good shields. Yo, the whole place is kind of on fire, and... Let's go. I am using controller, because it just makes more sense to me. For this particular... Oh, you are on fire. You are super on fire. Oh. And come on. Nope. What's a big attack look like? That's a big attack. Good. Ow. Rude. Anyway, where else? Alright, there's a book of knowledge in here. Ow, ow. I am still on fire. Should try and stop doing it. Seriously? Eivor, be better about that. Anyway. There is a shiny here. A book of knowledge. Shoutouts to books in 9th century Norway. Like Christian codices. Not... Nominally, technically, maybe, I guess, a little bit, could exist with a lot of, importation, but they wouldn't protect it, they wouldn't think it's particularly valuable, because why would they? Is there more money? Oh! Weird, we get more ships. Velith, it does. Rolling does put out your fire. Huzzah. We get random nonsense. Let's see. No, skills. What is this backstab? Or this, and then this. We are working towards it. All of this stuff. There is so much stuff here. Actually, the one I should rush for maximum meme is this one. I should just kind of rush that one. Heavy dual wield. Okay, use two two-handed weapons at once. Have memes. So I will actually rush that for the sake of, you know, giving you guys the most opportunity for nonsense. It does let us use Spear and Shield at the same time, which is good, because Spear and Shield is historically attested. And, you know, anything that is... So, it would let me actually do one thing that is kind of cool, I guess. But I'm sure you guys will use it to make me use, like, double Battle Axe or something hilarious and dumb. That wasn't right. Where is the chest? There is the chest. Exactly, 2 shields upgrade to 2 heavy shields. The heavy shields in this game are actually ridiculous. I despise them. Anyway. We see Gilorm and Frodi.
Bloody harvest.
Who are you, Gester?
Indeed. Gester doesn't mean stranger. It means guest. But it also does mean is often used as a kind of pseudonym for people who don't want to actually affect their true identity. So like Nordnagester
you may ask him yourself, my lord.
Is the guest of the fates, essentially, who supposedly shows up in the court of Olar Tryggvason to tell his 300-year-long life story. Also, we get another historical figure here, probably, kind of. Haraldur Harfari, literally Harold Finehair.
I honor it, for I have not come to war against you, but for you.
Supposedly, he swore an oath in his youth that he would not cut his hair until after he
offer my support. With my warriors, your Raven clan can take
he would not cut his hair until he conquered all of Norway. He did not actually end up conquering all of Norway, and historical Haraldur Harfari
why risk your men to help us, King?
Would
this fight.
Well, he would have had control over this exact region in the Westfjords, or the Vestfold. But he undoubtedly is one of the first Norwegian petty kings to really kind of step it up the game and go from being warring, very petty chieftains into being a full-blown kingship. It's and he is supposedly extremely generous to his friends, extremely wise beyond his years, and like this depiction of him is pretty good. Also, most of the ruling chieftainship noble families in Norway fucking despised him.
Our men will gather at Florli, near the mouth of the fjord northeast of here. Will you join us?
Hold a moment. You captain our longship, Eivor. Meet us there, and we will claim Kjotve's head for the gods.
Brother, I have waited too many years for this day. When Kjotve stands before us, give me the final blow.
You will have it, Eivor.
Meanwhile, Basim's going, hang on a minute. Wait a minute. Yeah, Haraldur is actually super cool.
Give us a hand. Harald is generous with his troops. More than I would be.
I cannot fathom his game. He's either a young fool,
but yeah, what is it?
Wise.
Vatsdalr saga. The saga of the people of Vatsdalr in northern Iceland. The first generation who leaves actually is one of the few saga chieftains to leave unwillingly, because Harald has actually been really, really good to him. But he gets he asks for his fate to be seen by some magicians from the Lapps, the Sami people of northern Norway. Oh, we are in somewhere else now, aren't we? Yes, we have randomly gone all the way over here to Florli, which means we need to do other things. But actually, you know what? We've got a few minutes left, so we will save the assault on Kjotve's base for next time, but I will instead try and get this viewpoint, and then there's one world event up here that I really want to show off this stream. So, let us call our mount. And then we shall ride up here through the absolute slaughter that Haraldur and his men have inflicted on the whole area, and somewhere there's a road. Where shall we find our road? There it is, these banners up here. to ride up to the viewpoint and then around farther and away. Let's see, right? Yes, we can ride up here. There is actually a path that gets us up, and off we go. Actually, the same, Nielsen. It is not great that Nazis have... well, we just ran over a bird with a horse. I got nothing. But yeah, some of the iconography here, well, on its own face, is not totally offensive. Like something like a Mjölnir pendant is attested from the 10th century, potentially even the 9th century, in the Viking Age, so like it's not inherently awful, but is also co-opted by white supremacists and is therefore Gazetian historian, a good question. Were they buff as fuck? Yes and no. There are certainly some individuals who that is faint but also present evidence for them being. I don't remember what that one is. Where is that one? That one is only 162 meters away, which unfortunately is still too far for the thing, so we'll instead ride up here just to get to the point. So like in 1066, at the Battle of Stamford Bridge, the so-called Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, I do not like that term, but I have no other name for the text, so I use so-called. Says that there is this incredibly buff Norwegian dude that is just holding the bridge single-handedly from Haraldur Hardrauða's army, and eventually they have to like shoot him with arrows and stab him from underneath in order to kill him. Whoops. But this is perceived as exceptional, and also no other account of Stamford Bridge actually has that. So, like, make of that what you will. But there certainly are reputations of some guys being incredibly buff, but by and large, like, nutrition in the Viking Age is not great. They can have some meat, they can have some vegetables, but often boiled as kind of our main method of preparation, boiled and roasted. And there isn't a whole lot of diversity and would be incredibly lacking in micronutrients that you can only get from, you know, things that don't grow well in the super short growing season. Before we leave Norway, we will talk about the kind of markets we are seeing here, but we're going to do that next stream probably, to talk about some of the food we are observing. You know, it is weird, but he does have a legitimate claim on the throne of England, and he is pressing it, and very much engaging in contemporary medieval politics, but it is simultaneously also a raid? It is weird, you're not wrong. And people really want the Viking Age to meaningfully end in 1066, and so they make Haraldur Hardrauða's invasion this last great Viking Age, last great Viking raid, even though you could mark an end to the Viking Age literally anywhere between 1016 and 1200 and be able to make a just argument for it. 1250 if you're Swedish. And you want to count the kind of some of the Baltic Crusades as part of the same raiding tradition and descending from it. So, you know, literally 250 years. Periodization is jank, and don't let a desire to have a clean cutoff date influence your historiography. But yeah, by and large, nutrition is poor. Oh gosh, that's gonna hurt like hell. Ow. Eivor sometimes has like literally negative self-preservation instincts, and I have no rations, so we're just going to kind of roll with that. Eivor, be careful please. But yeah, periodization for the Viking Age is super jank, and while It is clearly something a little bit different than the preceding Vendel period, and the following Middle Ages. Identifying when those changes take place is, ow, basically impossible. Oh no, that's gonna hurt again. Ah, crap. I am not doing so smart. Please be food. Please have food in here somewhere. No, just a note. The old guards are dead. Oh! Oh. Oh no. That was something that I had thought I had heard a hint of, but also I was hoping I had not heard a hint of. So... we kind of have Schrodinger's Aesir here. In that the gods are simultaneously dead and not. So, yeah, in actual Norse mythology, every account of Ragnarok, of the death of the gods... Hello, Polar Bear. Don't... Just stay over there, please. Literally every account of the death of the gods, is a prophecy, is what will happen. Not what has happened, what will happen. It is perpetually what will happen. There is no case where the gods are actually already dead. That's not how the mythology works. So saying the gods are dead, the gods did fight against their fate and lost or won or whatever, is not a thing. It hasn't happened yet. They are still trying to do that. Otherwise, the whole premise of, you know, sacrificing to the gods, offering prayers or human sacrifice or animal sacrifice to them, would be totally meaningless because you don't sacrifice to dead people. Sacrifices are always for someone that is living. You may do them in honor of someone who is dead, but they are always for someone living, be that a spirit or living people or something. The Norse gods are not dead. They have not already died. And on the same note, Norse mythology is not cyclical.
Grant me power to offer this sacrifice. Give me the strength to give to you.
There's this constant thing, or a constant thing that circles on the internet of, oh yeah, it goes in circles. Ragnarok has happened, it will happen again. We just go in circles. No, that's not how they understood time. That's not how they understood the mythology. That is a misconception based off the fact that Nidhogger, the embodiment of death, still exists after Ragnarok. Because of course it does. The mortal world isn't gone. But the gods are dead after Ragnarok, and they stay dead, and whatever apocalypse comes after is a different thing. It's not cyclical. You can now be very angry with people on the internet about it. I give you permission. Anyway, there's a specific reason I want to do this one. We're just going to let it play out. Harek in Ganley.
I lack the strength to throw it off this cliff.
You carried everything up here, only to throw it all down.
The horse did most of
Elsie, you are absolutely right.
It is the only way I can send my belongings into the next world. My children will not bury it with me. They say they do not want it, but I know they will sell it all once my light burns out. Will you lend me your strength? Throw everything over the cliff. The farther you throw, the better their chance of reaching the next world.
Okay.
Is that how it works?
That's how he says it works. We'll trust him.
Why is everything packed in straw?
I did not want anything to break.
Well said, well said. Kapoof. What's in here? Come on, tell me what's in the box. What's in the box? There's a specific reason I want to do this one. Mostly the fact that it's kind of awful. But we'll get to that. I just want to kind of let this play out. That contains a bow
given to me by Halfdan the Black, after I put an arrow under King Sigtyd's left arm.
That sounds like quite the shot.
We throw it over a cliff. So, offering of things via destruction of throwing...
That contains a drinking horn I received from King Halfdan for capturing his bride, Ragnhild.
So, I'm not super aware of traditions of, like, sacrifices off of cliffs, but, you know, Denmark has sacrifices by throwing things into bogs, and, throwing them into bodies of water, so it's not inherently implausible. The act of ritualistically destroying something by throwing it to somewhere where you cannot access it is not terrible. What's in here? Not gonna tell me? Fine. Yeesh.
That contains a silver harpoon head I
There we go.
received from King Harold for pulling Halfdan's frozen body out of the ice.
Yep.
They are a generous family.
They are. Halfdan the Black is Haraldur Harfagri's father, and kind of lays on the groundwork for him according to the saga evidence, which is totally legendary. We shouldn't truly take that as historical fact, but this game is in some way trying to do saga narratives, and trying to fill in the saga world of the 12th, 13th, 14th century literature of mostly Icelanders, and so that's okay. Anyway, I think we've thrown everything off the cliff. Certainly everything we can.
You missed a few things.
No, I didn't.
The gods will get the idea.
Thank you for your help. You did not have to do this.
Kind and courageous people live the best lives, but it can be a difficult path to keep.
I have tried to live well. It is enough that the gods know that, even if the name Harek Gand is forgotten in Midgard.
So, what will you do now that this task is done?
Done? That was to announce my arrival. Now I leave this world. Enjoy your life. To Asgard!
What? Wait!
Thank you!
So, that happened.
That was a shock.
So, this is a corruption of something known as, well, realistically, this is a variation on something known as the Atastup, which supposedly, according to the people who believe in it, is an act of old people throwing themselves off of cliffs as a form of sacrifice to either ensure survival for their village or clan while dealing in times of hardship or famine, or as a sort of courageous end of life itself. One tiny problem: the Atastup was completely invented in the 18th century by a Swedish fiction author. It is not a real thing. It has never been a real thing. Because what the absolute fuck? And so, the thing I both dislike about that world event is that, you know, the Atastup happens. But the thing I like about it is that Ava's reaction of, wait, what the absolute hell? Was that would have probably be the reaction of someone in the Viking Age who just witnessed that, because all of them would go like, you wanna run that one by me again? So, you know, you win some, you lose some. A little bit of nuance, I think unintentional, I think that's supposed to be, oh, look at our modern sensibilities being like, oh yes, we would be so surprised by this, it is totally culturally different. But it ends up actually doing a correct commentary on what the response would be in the time period. Anyway, there's one more thing I want to find here as we finish up, just one more place to kind of wrap up the whole thing. I need to find it. Reed, are you here? Do you know where the Yelling Runestone is in town? I wasn't paying attention, so I didn't see it. We're just gonna run around until we find it, I guess. It should be in like the central place of somewhere. I think it is in Fornburg, not Ravensthorpe. Just need to actually find it. Where are you? Yelling Runestone, I need you. I need your comical ridiculousness. Anyway, so the thing... Oh, there it is. I think, maybe? Possibly, no. No, that's just berries. Where is it? It is somewhere in here. Anyways, as I try and find it, there is a runestone somewhere in town here. That is, well, a copy of a museum piece. One teeny tiny problem. That museum piece is the runestone at Jelling in Denmark, which is a runestone raised in the 10th century by Harald Blåtand in honor of his father and of his own accomplishments. At his father's burial site, which is a royal power center in Scandinavia or in Denmark. And which also was carved after Harald converted to Christianity. I really don't know where it is. I am not... we will find it somewhere, maybe, I guess. If I don't, we will find it next time, but we have a few minutes here to look around. But yeah, it is a Christian runestone. One side, in fact the largest side of it, which has no writing, has an image of the crucified Christ in extremely rich detail and many colors. And yeah, that's not the lamb, but it is a runestone. That one is less egregious. I really want to find the egregious one. But, you know, it's something with kind of the fetishization, I guess, of museum pieces as being good. Accidentally does a very big bad. Anyway, shouts to Jasper Kid's soundtrack while we're going, because this is really pretty. I will find it eventually, maybe. Where is it? I have no idea where it is, and so I am just kind of running around randomly in hopes I will find it. Oh, obviously, yes. The halo with a cross through it. Totally. Yes. Also, no. Crucified, Baldur is not Jesus. No matter how many people on the internet tell you that, Baldur is not Jesus. Do not. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. I thought it was somewhere like in the center of town.
All right, Tekla. I'll outdrink you.
I had thought it was in the like very center of town. I am confused. Oh well, we will have to find it somewhere else. Because we are unfortunately out of time for today. I will keep looking while I do my closing spiel. But it may be in a different city. I'll have to look up. It may be in like Stavanger or something. Oh well. Anyway, if you enjoyed this, make sure you do follow to be notified. We're going to be doing Assassin's Creed Valhalla every week, this time, same place. So, make sure you're followed to be notified when that goes live. Also, join my Discord server and follow me on Twitter. Links are in the About section of the on my Twitch page here. Also, subscriptions here and on YouTube are both greatly appreciated. All VODs will be uploaded there, but I currently also will be doing, or I'm hoping to, in the next year, do a lot more YouTube-specific content. And there's currently one video there that kind of outlines my reasons of why we should care about doing history in games. So if you want to look on that, it is on my YouTube page, which is same channel name, Lido History, and link is in the About section. Subscriptions here on Twitch go a long way to help supporting the channel, so if you are interested in supporting us that way, do consider subscribing. And I have not figured out what Wednesday's stream will be. We do kind of a showcase game on Wednesday. I will probably try and not do something Viking related in a chain, just for a change of pace. But hopefully, it'll depend on kind of what I'm feeling, as what we'll do. But in the meantime, I hope you all enjoyed. As I said, there's going to hopefully be a full playthrough, or until my sanity lasts. This one wasn't too bad, and I hope you all enjoyed, because we'll be back with this next week with more Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and before then, on Wednesday, with some kind of showcase. I hope you all have a really good rest of your weekend. And I will see you all next time. And right now, you know, my sanity's doing okay, so I have hopes that we'll get through the full game eventually. It will take a lot of hours, though. Anyway, have a good weekend, everyone.